culture today. I happen to have a platform with a decent-sized following, so I'm going to be responsible and say what needs to be said. Let me start here. There is a major problem in the so-called Black community, and as long as people are silent about it, it will only continue to get worse. We have been so manipulated and played for such a very long time. Wickedness and immorality has been marketed to us so that it's now believed that this immorality is considered Black culture. I am disgusted and I'm annoyed. I'm absolutely sick of the culture today. I happen to have a platform with a decent-sized following, so I'm going to be responsible and say what needs to be said. Let me start here. There is a major problem in the so-called Black community, and as long as people are silent about it, it will only continue to get worse. We have been so manipulated and played for such a very long time. Wickedness and immorality has been marketed to us so that it's now believed that this immorality is considered Black culture. And for the most part, people just assume that you're a part of it or that you tolerate it. For instance, if I take a cab or an Uber somewhere, the driver automatically believes that I want to listen to some ratchet music or that I accept this wickedness. They just automatically assume it. And it has nothing to do with me, but just about what people believe Black culture really is. Now, let me say that I don't agree with this label of being Black. I've done a whole series on the fact that we are not Black people. But in this world today, this is how we are labeled. There was a show that my wife would occasionally watch on YouTube, and it would show different cultures cooking against each other. They would show Italians versus Black, Filipino versus Black, Latino versus Black, Chinese versus Black. Everyone else identified by a nation or a culture. We are the only people in the world that are only identified by a skin color. That's not even our color, because most of us are brown-skinned. But we are the only ones identified like this, and no one really stops and questions why. I mean, to be fair, they do say white versus Black at times, but even the people labeled as white, they have an idea of their heritage before their family came to America. But anyways, my point is, what bothers me is what we know as Black culture today, and I'm completely over it. I am not just tired of the wickedness that's promoted and accepted, but more so, I'm tired of the acceptance of the modern day versions of Uncle Toms and these pure sellouts who have become our role models and our influencers and who we all look to and desire to understand what they're thinking. I'm tired of them all, and I believe it needs to be said and called out. Let me say that this annoyance has been around since I woke up to what the enemy has been hiding in this world, and that's all about our heritage and why they identify us only as Black. I've already been intolerant to much of our culture today, and I've separated my family from it. But I think it was last year where my intolerance, it just hit a boiling point. This was at that time when this whole Diddy thing came out and when that guy Curtis made a Netflix special on him. Now, let's be clear that I am bothered by those things that were shown in those documentaries. I left hip-hop culture maybe over a decade and a half ago after I discovered the dirty, nasty secret of the industry.
And then they started wearing girl pants, and then they're wearing jeggings, and then, yes, it's very effeminized, but be very clear, there were lots of homosexuals in hip-hop back in the 80s, too. That was what's worse, hip-hop wearing skirts or hip-hop being closeted and having a plethora of kids to prove manhood that, and denial of something that you shouldn't have to deny, which is your sexuality, come from a very homosexual era of hip-hop as well. There was a radio personality once upon a time, her name was Wendy Williams, and she was practically burned at the stake for talking about such. And now it's all come full circle. There were many situations, none of which to talk about, but there were many situations back in the day in my career, and it's all coming full circle now. So
I can never respect these men, and that goes for all of them, every last one of them. But let me just slow down. Yes, I was bothered by what was shown in the Diddy documentaries that turned to be a plague to our community. I'm bothered by that virus that was spread. But that's not really what triggered my real annoyance. What I'm really annoyed by is the silence. I'm annoyed by the men. And let me be clear that feminism, particularly in this so-called Black community, is another thing I have absolutely no tolerance for. But when being real, if the problem with our men wasn't so severe, feminism wouldn't even be able to exist. The enemy won the battle against our men early and then kept the fight going and changed the weapon and started using our women against us. That's an old agenda, and we're still living through it now. But I know that there will be no way of any type of change while we have the type of examples of male leadership that we have today. Understand it like this. This is the point of view that I'm speaking from. Right now, our enemy is winning tremendously because our men are no longer choosing to be men. What we used to be that made the enemy fear us no longer exists in the majority. And this is why, in the eyes of the enemy, he is able to change his strategy of oppression. To our enemy, we no longer need oppression, but we need acceptance because we are led by world-class Uncle Toms that have sold us out for their own betterment. And because of these sellouts, the men that the enemy needed to take down in order for him to keep power over us, in the grand scheme of things, the men have been neutralized. And our men are the same as every other follower in this world, weak and easily controlled. And last week, that BET award show is a classic example of it. Now, I couldn't watch most of that show. I just saw a lot of clips, and the clips were just annoying by itself. I couldn't imagine watching that whole thing. The Black Entertainment Award Show is the primary showcase of what Black culture in America is. And all the most famous Black celebrities go to LA to showcase it. And where there should be outrage and condemnation, there is applause and celebration. If people were really awake, we would look at everyone at these shows as weak. They're sellouts and they're poisonous. Every negative word that we could use should be used. This is not Black entertainment. It is what those who have paid for the enslavement of our ancestors, those who made sure that there were no opportunities in our community, those who made sure that drugs and guns were available in our communities, those who built the projects and made sure that we lived in slums, the same ones who invested in our oppression. These are the same ones who are funding and determining what Black culture is. When we say Black entertainment, the company that determines what we can show as Black culture, they are not even part of the community. The ones who have the final say about our culture are not in our community. And they pick the easiest controlled coons to represent us and display what they want to say Black culture is. BET Media Group is...
Forget you said, we don't want Yeshua to be our king. We want King Herod. That's what you said. Put his blood on us and our kids. That's what you said, America. And that's why you get lynched, because Jesus, Emmanuel didn't die on the cross, did he? Acts in the Bible says Acts, A-C-T, 10:39. Acts, A-C-T-S in the Bible, chapter 10, verse 29. What does it say? We are witnesses that you, Judea, and you, Jerusalem, crucified your own king. That's what it says, doesn't it not? We are witnesses that you did that to your own king. Didn't crucify him. It says in Acts in the Bible, A-C-T-S, Acts 10:39. Chapter 10, verse 39. You boys did it. So when you did that, he took you and put you in America. See? And then when they pillaged America, right, in the 15th, perfect timing, a week later, bam, Father made sure you came there. Where all that blood and pillage was, he made sure you sons came there and daughters, and you fixed up that America. Why? Because you lynched your king. We are witnesses. So when he's scattering, he scattered yous lot there. Now look at your behavior today. Jay-Z, 50 cents, big, look at your behavior today. Because you are the children of that, and that's why and now you're trying to get us as sons to follow you and think, oh, that's what we need to do. You've been used by that devil system because you are the children, and you should be embarrassed when you get burned, when you get hanged, because that's not what you're supposed to be doing with the children. You're supposed to be telling the children and teaching them about who they are and who Yahuwah is. Not trying to get them to watch you and think that you're flipping great while you're doing your devil this and your devil that. And go and beat it. You're still there going like you're sexy. You're like a butt. You don't even have to wash plates. You don't even have to cook meals. Huh? You don't even have to wipe your backside 4 times a day. Huh? But you're on that stage there, which is the devil stage. Good luck to you here, sir.
Owned by Paramount, Skydance.
Some mothers do have them. Go and ask Betty, says Frank. What are you on about? Go and ask your grandma.
Media, controlled by David Ellison and the Ellison family. David Ellison, son of Oracle founder Larry Ellison, has the final say on what Black entertainment is. And listen, I say that to say there's nothing you can do about the power of corporations.
Guys, can't you
But
see a child of Yahuwah and a child of Satan? What, you can't notice the difference? Well, obviously you can't.
there is something that you can do about the coons and the sellers that bow to these men in order that they can be celebrities and to be famous. I mean, they chose that guy Drewski to host the show, and he is literally there to humiliate and make fun of our dysfunction. Pay attention to who people are allowed to criticize and mock and make fun of, but who they are not allowed to speak against. I mean, they can make as many skits and degrade so-called black people as much as they want. Get us to laugh about our own dysfunction and our destruction. But is he allowed to mock anything about Jewish culture? Absolutely not. If he did those same things like he does with the black stereotypes, and he did that with the Jewish stereotypes, there would be major backlash. There would be controversy and outrage. Claims of anti-Semitism, backlash, people will be canceled. There will be no time.
Yes, brown sons are the sons, but you need to be careful of them because Satan knows they're the sons, so he buys them. He tried to get me in his church, remember, as an altar boy, remember, a little infant. He knows who the children are, he knows who the sons are. But he can't get this one, can he? He cannot get this one, so he turns against it. I've just come back from court, guys. This is why my attitude's changed. Right, it went all right in the court. It went all right, don't get me wrong, it went all right. But you know what? I've just gone against the whole West now. I've just got something in me. I don't like the West. And I'm really weary of white people, and I never used to be like that. But I just went in the court and just said to them, screamed out and said, why don't you like good children? And they had to call me back. Because they felt it when I said that. They had to call me back. What do you mean? What do I mean? What the hell am I doing in your court? That's what I mean. It's an insult.
Tolerance for it. There's only tolerance for destroying.
Of the West in the cave. There's only so much, and I think I'll get to my tether now, where we just want to finish everything and just take our talent and just go to a beautiful country where there's no white people, where there's people where they appreciate all different people, where not white people are in charge. Because you don't get noticed done, no matter what you do. And then they start making up stuff that you haven't done and place it on you. And then when you're in the system, it's so brilliant for them to orchestrate to make it look like they're telling the truth. And then they get all these other lying witnesses to come and lie against you in their nonsense. It's wicked, it's dead, it's deep, it's dangerous. And you can see the child's a well-behaved child, but you still are pursuing your nonsense done. Gotta get away from white people, gotta get away from the West as well. It doesn't work. I'm one of the best children you can get on with. And you treat me like this. So there's no hope for nobody else, done, I promise you.
Your own people. And so these coons do what they are allowed to do and make fun of who they are allowed to degrade, but they protect massa at all costs. And I can speak all day about how we got here and why, but the overall problem is because of weak men that are sellouts and don't care about our people, they only care about themselves and their families. This is how we got here. And the time that we're in, this generation of men that we have from the baby boomer generation on down, the majority of men are too weak to stand up and say something. And everywhere I turn, there's a weak, sellout man speaking and talking, being a tool for the people that truly hate us. We need a narrative change. We need to start having real conversations, and we need to stop tolerating coons. Now, let me be clear, it's obviously not all men that I'm speaking about. Some of you are not the problem, and some of you who may think you're not the problem actually are. But that won't make sense until I break it all down. At this time, though, my problem is not really the majority of men, but my main problem is the men with the loudest voices on all these platforms. It's the men in the mainstream with the loudest voices, and it doesn't matter what industry, whether they come from sports, music, acting, religion, politics, social media influence. It doesn't matter where they come from. If they're popular in their mainstream, they are a problem. And I'm going to explain my reasoning, so please hold your disagreement until I fully explain myself. What I'm saying is that all these men have failed us and sold us out in some way or form.
Sure.
Some worse than others, obviously, but it doesn't matter if you sold a fiend a little crack or a lot of it. It doesn't matter because you still ruined the person's life for your own gain. And I'm tired of the praising of dope boys.
Hey, me and my niggas getting money with the dope boys.
I did that enough when I was young and stupid, and I see what that brings. What I want to communicate is that it's time that the narrative changes. And for me, as a man with a voice, a man with sons, a man that truly cares about his people, I cannot be quiet just because it's easier to do. I'm going to say what's unpopular because it's what needs to be said. And the way I do things, I'm going to break it down methodically.
Good.
So I'm calling for a narrative change in the so-called black community Stop praising, supporting, and following Uncle Toms.
True.
It's time that our men stand up and become men.
True.
This message is especially directed for the young men that are growing up right now.
That's right.
You can be directed to either follow the Uncle Toms and be led to slaughter, or you can grow up with knowledge and understanding and be the type of man your enemy hates. And I'm going to talk all about it.
The type of man the enemy hates. You're damn right.
I'm men. This message is especially directed for the young men that are growing up right now.
Don't forget, we don't ask you to come on these platforms. Don't remember that. If you come on it, you come on it because you want to change. We don't ask you to come on it so we can get likes and this nonsense. Yes, sir? Don't come on these platforms, Dan. That's right. Come off it. You're damn right.
You can be directed to either follow the Uncle Toms and be led to slaughter, or you can grow up with knowledge and understanding and be the type of man your enemy hates. And I'm going to talk all about it. I'm going to talk about what these coons refuse to talk about.
Thank you.
I'm going to put these words out there in hopes that it reaches the right minds and wakes them up before time truly changes and it's too late. It's time to change the narrative, and that change starts with you. We're going to talk about it. Let's begin. Okay, so let me start here. As I said, the narrative needs to change.
White people is the problem. They are the problem, man. You don't know what things I've been through because of white people. You're the problem, man. You need to see it so you can start changing and be nice to people. You are the problem, man.
It reaches the right minds and wakes them up before time truly changes and it's too late.
Remember, we love you, Remember, you have to understand that because you don't know what love is. Right? You think love is some sort of lust and sex and nonsense. That is not love at all. Right? Love is teaching someone and training someone and being militant and being kind. It's all in one. It's a package done. Right? And many people now just want to leave white people and they just want to leave the country and leave the West. Because there's only so much you can take with you fuckers, man. Excuse my language. You think you're something, but you're not. You can't even see what's going on. The sun burns you. Right? Your birth rate is below 0. Yeah, and your suicide rate is higher than your birth rate. And you still can't see what's going on.
It's time to change the narrative, and that change starts with you. We're going to talk about it. Let's begin. Okay, so let me start here. As I said, the narrative needs to change. Let's be clear and set some expectations, though. This change is not going to be in the mainstream. This narrative change is not going to be popular, and it will come with adversity because of money and agendas. This is not something that's going to go viral. I remember there was a time when they kept saying that black families and black fathers didn't exist, and black men would start standing up and showing that there were fathers in the home. Now, the truth of that never went viral. That wasn't a change that was noticed in the mainstream. But for the people that was meant to see it, it was seen, and it influenced other men to be seen in their homes and to be good fathers. The influence didn't need to be mainstream in order for it to have impact. Please understand that there is easily seen billions, if not trillions of dollars that is directly invested in the demise and fall of our community. Again, just look at the BET award show. Do you think that these people will be investing their money to market us values that strengthen our communities? They market us everything that ensures that our communities will be weak. And here's the thing. You can say that it's the same for all the other cultures, but it's not. They don't have a white entertainment network, but they do have award shows for them. And they are nothing like this show. And in fact, the black community, they feel that they've made it if they make it onto those shows. That's the definition of real success in their minds. My point is that the people from the other cultures, they see that there are different options that they can be like. They have options. We are not sold options. We are sold that if you want to make it out, you have to be like this. This is what our culture is, point blank. And if you do not want to be like them, you have to be like the other cultures. This is what we're sold, and this is what everyone else around the world believes. This is intentional. You have to understand that there's a bigger agenda in this world that is above all of this. There is a major world conspiracy, regardless if you want to recognize it or not. And in order for this world conspiracy to happen, the mainstream narrative that is made to make us ratchet and to have no morals, this narrative must thrive. It has to. And so I say all that to say that going against the mainstream narrative, again, it's not going to be popular. This will not be a viral moment. There's absolutely no way that this message will be mainstream. So understand, it's not for the mainstream. It's for the men and women in our community that still have some sense of morals and values left, even if that morality is still hanging on by a thread. It's time that the narrative changes. It's time that there are men and women out here that are intolerant of the way things are and they will no longer just stand by and walk in silence. So let me explain. I'm right now in my mid-40s, so we'll set the marker from my age. Now, we can go back at least 2 to 3 decades back in the 90s. This is truly a time when they took the handcuffs off and they started merging Satanism into
bad stuff and this, that, whatnot. But when you go to another country, they honor you for the good you do. They say, come and teach our children. Come and show this magic you've got. I said, really? They say, come. They welcome you. They embrace you. Not here. They do the opposite here. They lie on your good character here, bro. This is what white people do. They lie on your good character, bro. And then get all other people to come and lie. You're children of Satan. You don't do good. There's not one person on this planet can tell you that I'm badly behaved, because they'll be lying on Father's name. You just don't like your hoo-up. You just want to keep up with your nonsense about God and Jesus and that bollocks, which will get you killed. That's what that will do. Because God and Jesus didn't create nothing. Nothing at all. Not one thing did they create. So why should they be called if they didn't create anything? You damn crock or spring, right? And why can't you go and do some diligent studying to find out who is who? Instead of just, oh, that's instant. Oh, we're going with that. Oh, we're going with that. Yeah, oh, yeah, we're going with that. Oh, yeah, we're going. Rasta.
We'll set the marker from my age. Now, we can go back at least 2 to 3 decades back in the 90s. This is truly a time when they took the handcuffs off and they started merging Satanism into hip-hop culture.
Right.
But the problem didn't start there. So to be more specific, we should go back from the times of the man they call Martin Luther King, but I'm keeping it light. If you study all the mind control that happened...
Yeah, Martin Luther King, guys. His name is Michael King. That's not his name, Martin. He's a Misha'el, and he's sold out. Right? He sold out to them. He is a Misha'el. His name's not Martin Luther King, right? His dad is not named Martin Luther King, but his dad calls himself Martin Luther King, and they got it off the original Martin Luther King, who's a wicked white man. And then he has a son called him Michael. Says, oh no, they're going to change his name to Martin Luther King. That's not his name. Go and see who the original Martin Luther King is. And that's who they took that name off. His name is Michael King. That's his name, Misha'el King. But Satan got him. But he couldn't get me, could he? Thought he could get me as a priest. And then came as an altar boy. A father said, maybe a bumbuck like you, they call Pia bumbuck. You ever see the boy brown skin? Coming into your devilistic church. Are you mad? The only time I'm coming there is just to go to the Ark of the Covenant. Right? Which is what? Where that damn Pope is. Right? And he'll be giving it to us anyway, because the spiritual power he's got in it, it'll bring it to us then. Because that belongs to who? Father, and who controls it? The tribe of Levi controls the Ark of the Covenant. Right? Rome, Vatican. You stay there, son. When you start hearing everything thunder, that's thunder. That's like thunder is like a tea party. When you start hearing it out there going crazy, you will run and give it back to us, because you'll be popping yourself, you little stinking smelly tramp. You wait and see. And all you little stupid sons that's supposed to be caring the children, you're doing hip-hop and lying to people and doing all your nonsense. You're getting exposed now. You're a sellout as sons. I've been telling you that from weeks ago, but now my man's just articulately telling you now. Truth Edited is telling you about these sons. And I'd advise you to go and have a look. TruthEdited.com. I'd advise you to go and watch this documentary and wake up your bumper clap before you get killed.
No morals. This narrative must thrive. It has to. And so I say all that to say that going against the mainstream narrative, again, it's not going to be popular. This will not be a viral moment. There's absolutely no way that this message will be mainstream. So understand, it's not for the mainstream. It's for the men and women in our community that still have some sense of morals and values left, even if that morality is still hanging on by a thread. It's time that the narrative changes. It's time that there are men and women out here that are intolerant of the way things are, and they will no longer just stand by and walk in silence. So let me explain. I'm right now in my mid-40s, so we'll set the marker from my age. Now, we can go back at least 2 to 3 decades back in the 90s. This is truly a time when they took the handcuffs off and they started merging Satanism into hip-hop culture. But the problem didn't start there. So to be more specific, we should go back from the times of the man they call Martin Luther King.
And they just bowed down and said, I do. Don't forget, you're enslaved, you're in captivity. And don't forget, these people brutalized your ancestors. And now they're just trying to be nice to you. Again, why? Because you don't know who you are. That's why. You have no idea who you are. If I told you was a king, a queen, an emperor, and an empress, you told me to shut up, wouldn't you? What about if I told you was brown and not black? You'd still say to me, no, you're black. You don't see how the man's engineered this thing? Huh? White and black? Well, you're not white. And you're not black. But you don't see how they're getting this thing. Why? You still can't see it. Why not, sir? For damn sake.
But I'm keeping it light. If you study all the mind control that happened during that era, you can see that this is really the time of change of morality in this world. The problem is that for over 6 to 7 decades, over 70 years, the so-called black community has been celebrating and praising coons and Uncle Toms, house Negroes that have sold you out for fake dollar bills. You have been sold out to your enemy. You have been gift wrapped and sealed with a bow. You have been conquered by your enemy. And the worst part to this realization is how it happened. It happened through wolves the enemy sent to you. Wolves that you all follow, idolize, and praise. Wolves that have taken your power, kept you distracted, uprooted your culture, and they did this for their own fame and their own fortune. And the worst part is their fame and their fortune hangs on a thread and can be taken away from them at any time if they're not fully complicit. Or even if they are fully obedient, their success always has a timestamp.
Remember, right? If Father's saying to me, right, I will utterly destroy you if you don't serve me. Now, what do you think Satan's saying to them lot? Huh? Think about what I'm saying to you. Can you think, you must think this is a joke, guys? Again, if Father says to me, you are my inheritance and I am yours, and if you do not obey me, I will utterly destroy you. Right, so don't forget, Trump Satan is a copycat, cannot create. All he can do is copy, pirate, and imitate. All right, and copy and paste. So, he now is doing the exact same thing that we are doing. And then you have these sons, Biggie Smalls, Tupac, all these fat and skinny, horrible, ugly brown boys, who has left selling drugs, and he just come up to them and said, I'll make you a superstar. Will ya? All you got to do is call women bitches, call women hoes, and when you're trying to say, I'll do it, come on then. And that's the story of these trams. They sold out.
It's time that there are men and women out here that are intolerant of the way things are, and they will no longer just stand by and walk in silence. So let me explain. I'm right now in my mid-40s, so we'll set the marker from my age. Now, we can go back at least 2 to 3 decades back in the 90s. This is truly the time when they took the handcuffs off and they started merging Satanism into hip-hop culture. But the problem didn't start there. So to be more specific, we should go back from the times of the man they call Martin Luther King, but I'm keeping it light. If you study all the mind control that happened during that era, you can see that this is really the time of change of morality in this world. The problem is that for over 6 to 7 decades, over 70 years, the so-called black community has been celebrating and praising coons and Uncle Toms, house Negroes that have sold you out for fake dollar bills. You have been sold out to your enemy. You have been gift wrapped and sealed with a bow. You have been conquered by your enemy. And the worst part to this realization is how it happened. It happened through wolves the enemy sent to you. Wolves that you all follow, idolize, and praise. Wolves that have taken your power, kept you distracted, uprooted your culture, and they did this for their own fame and their own fortune.
You hear this? You hear this?
The community has been celebrating and praising coons and Uncle Toms, house Negroes that have sold you out for fake dollar bills. You have been sold out to your enemy. You have been gift wrapped and sealed with a bow.
The civil rights, what you keep thinking, they lie to you. But when you're so foolish and you believe that this thing is for you, you believe it. And you still can't see it now, even though the world is finished and Esau's dance is finished. It's the end of that age. It says it there. Esau is the end of the age, and Jacob is the beginning of the one that follows. The hand is the man, and the foot is the end of the man. That's what it says though, right? You damn tramp. And you're listening to all these brown sons and black sons that you see on these platforms. Any one of them you see on this platform is a child of Satan, because he wouldn't allow them guys to be on that platform. And you've got to get that mindset, guys. If you see them on them platforms doing all that, then they're children of Satan. One more time. He wouldn't allow them on there at all. You hear that?
Women out here that are intolerant of the way things are, and they will know.
You never hear the name Yahuwah. Why you think you never hear the name Yeshua? but you hear God and Jesus and Lord. But it says here in Hebrew, Lord means Baal. Baal is their Lord. Baal is their Lord. Well, go find out who Baal is. You know, you keep looking at the leaf, guys. Right? When you need to forget the roots of the tree and go straight to the DNA of the tree. And then you'll understand the leaf that they're showing you. No. Go and have a look at the, forget the root, go deeper. Go and have a look at the DNA of the tree. And I can guarantee you, after you've seen the DNA, you won't even look at the leaves on that tree. Rasta.
No longer just stand by and walk in silence. So let me explain. I'm right now in my mid-40s. So we'll set the marker from my age. Now we can go back at least 2 to 3 decades back in the 90s. This is truly the time when they took the handcuffs off and they started merging Satanism into hip-hop culture.
Damn right.
But the problem didn't start there. So to be more specific, we should go back from the times of the man they call Martin Luther King, but I'm keeping it light. If you study all the mind control that happened during that era, you can see that this is really the time of change of morality in this world. The problem is that for over 6 to 7 decades, over 70 years, the so-called black community has been celebrating and praising coons and Uncle Toms, house Negroes that have sold you out for fake dollar bills. You have been sold out to your enemy. You have been gift wrapped and sealed with a bow. You have been conquered by your enemy. And the worst part to this realization is how it happened. It happened through wolves the enemy sent to you. Wolves that you all follow, idolize, and praise. Wolves that have taken your power, kept you distracted, uprooted your culture, and they did this for their own fame and their own fortune. And the worst part is their fame and their fortune hangs on a thread and can be taken away from them at any time if they're not fully complicit. Or even if they are fully obedient, the success always has a timestamp because the truth is that the enemy hates them. So they know they have a timestamp. It's like Roseanne Barr said.
It really upset me, so I summoned Satan and I write about how I made it.
Where do you summon Satan?
He built it, right? Satan did this stupid nonsense to get us, but then Father built the whole world for us. What are we? One set of brown children, right? Are so important, man. I can't believe it. One set of children, whether it's good or whether it's bad, because everything goes around one set of children. It really does. Because 2 nations, right, which is modern Israel, right, what are they doing? They're fighting to keep what? Their secret, right? Which is fighting from who? Us. And then the good part of it is Father's prophesies to lands to get yourself ready. Why? Because the children are coming home soon. That's what it says. And Father's getting everything ready, chuck COVID at you. So you got yours, I got mine, doing all that nonsense. And in that time he's moving us all around. You know, 400 years it finished, started at 1619, finished at 2019. 400 years, chuck COVID at you, and then moves his children around. Put me in jail for 4 months in 2019. And told me what he's going to do, and then bam, let us out again. And that's what's going on, Tramp. Didn't you get the call? No, you got COVID call. Didn't you get the 219 call? No, you got the COVID call. More fool you.
a chapter called Eat, Pray, Love,
No idea what's going on. That's why. No idea. You've been lied to.
Satan. I wanted to get famous no matter what, and then I forgot that I had this deal with Satan and everything.
And then you want to mess around with powerful children, yeah?
And then I got really famous. And then one day I had this tragic singing accident at
yes, I remember that, yeah.
And I realized then that Satan was coming for my soul. So yeah, he wanted me to pay up. So
they've made an agreement that they allow themselves to be used for a period of time, and they get to be rich and famous, and they get to come out of the oppression that we have been under. They get access to the true American system that was built and was designed to keep the Negro slaves out.
I'm the first billionaire in hip-hop.
If they do what Master tells them, they get access. So these sellouts, they do as Master tells them in order for them to be rich and famous and praised by you. And here's the thing. Do you know what it is that they have to do? What does Master want from them? In order for them to obtain power, they must make sure that you are powerless. Let me say it again. In order for these celebrities and mainstream influencers to obtain power, they must ensure that you are powerless. Now, let's be clear that some are, of course, worse than others, obviously. But in the end, this does not matter. They are all bad and guilty. And why is that? It's because in order for them to have anything, they have to sell us out, keep us distracted, and make sure that we are constantly consuming kryptonite. But if you want to know who's worse, is not just based upon bank accounts, but really about influence. Who does this system want you to listen to the most? Who has the loudest voice, the most influence? Who are the ones that seem that they're on top? These are the ones that have done the most cooning. Let me just back up just a little bit, though. When I was a teenager growing up in New York, we had these words, coon and Uncle Tom. I assume they said the same things in the South, but I don't know. I don't know if there are equivalents today in modern culture. I don't really know. But these words are based upon a different time period. For instance, a coon was looked at as a slur used against so-called black people, stemming from the minstrel shows and coon songs that depicted harmful and dehumanizing stereotypes. You know, back in the time, not too long ago, mind you, white people, they used to dress in blackface and make fun of us, calling us fools and lazy and a bunch of other stereotypes. And when this term coon was used about someone, this is basically saying, instead of a white man putting on blackface, they basically are paying someone to depict the stereotype themselves. Basically selling us out for some dollars so the enemy can laugh and take advantage of us. There was this movie from Spike Lee called Bamboozled that depicted this very accurately. Now, the other term is Uncle Tom. Being an Uncle Tom is similar. It is a term for a black person, usually a man, perceived as excessively subservient, submissive, or one who goes out of their way to accommodate white people in order to gain favor. And Uncle Tom implies a betrayal of one's own race by acting as a sellout or being complicit with white oppression. And yes, we know the actual term Uncle Tom is reversed because who the true Uncle Tom actually was the complete opposite. But it still doesn't change how the word is used today. The point is that we use these terms for people that we call sellouts. Now, me, as a teen, I of course knew very little about this world at the time. So sellouts, coons, or Uncle Toms were people like this to me. Brian Gumbel, Tiger Woods, Clarence Thomas, these type of men. These were always easy examples that we would look at as someone who sold us out. But that's when I was young and I knew nothing about this world. That is not today. And so, as I said, the narrative needs to change. Because when I was young and I held this idea, I didn't know I was actually being influenced by the biggest Uncle Toms and the biggest coons in the world. When you change the narrative and you recognize the true world we live in, you recognize the overwhelming amount of examples we have of Uncle Toms. In my opinion, the biggest Uncle Toms are right on our face and we still praise them. The men I'm talking about are men like Diddy or 50 Cent, Jay-Z, LeBron James, Kevin Hart, Michael B. Jordan, Will Smith, T.D. Jakes, Jamal Bryant, Drewski. Anybody that went up on that stage at the BET Award show. I mean, the list doesn't stop. In my opinion, it's easily said that there are not a lot of people that you would know in the mainstream that would not be on that list.
Exactly.
It's because the only reason they have been able to become famous is because they have allegedly submitted and bowed to the enemy.
I sold my soul to the devil. I know it's a crappy deal. Lisa came with a few toys like a Happy Meal.
You only know them because they allegedly have pledged their allegiance to those who hate you and desire to see you down. And they are there to keep you down. Listen on their podcast when they say, oh, I don't want to say too much. Why? Why don't they want to say too much?
Because they won't get paid, will they?
Tired of heat? 2 NASA engineers have the fix, and it cools rooms in 90 seconds. It's smaller than a toaster, cools any room in 90 seconds, and uses just a fraction of the energy of a regular A.
You're supposed to, you elders are supposed to tell the children, and I'm one of the children, and you're supposed to tell us. You didn't tell us nothing. All you did was just thought about making yourself look rich, making yourself look healthy, making yourself be in the limelight of Satan's limelight, by the way, because it's Satan's platform that got you big. That's how people know you, through that. And Father is going to kill you. He said, make no allegiance to none of them, didn't he? And they didn't even tell you got a law sewn in you neither, did they? I mean, Rasta, was it worth it?
So look, if this was really understood, then when we would watch these people, when you listen to their podcasts, when you follow them, you would understand that these people are just tools for the enemy. The truth is that this world is being moved in a very intentional direction. There are many different moving parts to it. There's economic, there's political, there's religious aspects. There are a great deal of moving parts to it. But the one thing that the people that are referred to as black people, the one thing that they don't recognize is that they play one of the biggest roles in the agenda. There is an actual agenda that has been waged against you. If you don't wake up from it and recognize the game in a very short period of time, you are going to go down with the same people you have been fighting against. You've only been trained to see things as white versus black, and that's because that's Masonic. It's dualism. The biggest form of this concept of duality is the symbolism of white versus black. It's used in the creation of a major form of division and opposing forces, and that's racism. This is how we've been intentionally trained to see the world through. The classification of white people versus black people. I'm not black. I'm amber skin. I'm a beautiful shade of amber, actually, but I'm classified as black. That's because of this duality that has been presented by satanic men who subscribe to this occult doctrine. They made opposing forces between races, and it was very specific. We know we aren't black, and they aren't white. This is a classification system that they created that we have been programmed to accept. It's called indoctrination. And here's the thing. If the indoctrination means nothing, if there's no agenda behind it, then it should be ignored and it doesn't mean anything. But if we were indoctrinated for a specific purpose, that is what we must be concerned with. You must understand that in this symbolism of duality, there's a belief that in order for their Masonic goals to come forth, you must have this struggle between white versus black. And that's why you're trained to believe the conflict is white people versus black people. We eat that agenda up while all sides are being used by the real culprits who have a spiritual hatred for you, not because of your skin color, but because of who you are. And as long as they beat you down and keep you eating kryptonite, you will always be without power, and you will fall with the same people you have been fighting against because they are nothing but pawns. You've only been trained to think that they actually have power when they actually do not. There is only one truth in this world that matters, that will liberate you and free you. And you have been systematically oppressed so that you only know what kryptonite tastes like. You only know what keeps you in bondage, what keeps you powerless, what keeps you from true happiness and peace. We are almost at a time where this whole thing is about
Easter, right? It's the Passover, which is when he took us out of Egypt. That's what Passover is. So we remember it, the greatness that he did. 10 plagues and smashed up Egypt. And Egypt is Africa. So it wasn't Middle East, it was Africa. And it still is. It's just him to try and make his narrative fit in. See it? With all these lies. Just lie upon lie. So you have to replace a lie with another lie. Then you have to replace it with another lie. Then and then you can't forget, then you forgot that lie. Because you've told so many lies, you can't remember that one. And then when you got asking about that one, because you can't remember that one, you want to get aggressive. Well, we'll get aggressive as well. And when you finish your aggressive, we'll ask you again about that lie back there that you can't remember. And that's why you got aggressive. You stinking, smelly tramp. Well, then tell the truth then. You damn docile tramp. Tell the truth. Is it hard for you to tell the truth, Charlie Satan?
against, because they are nothing but pawns.
What about the kids? Miss, his mouth is moving, so he's got to be lying. That's the kid. Yo, when I heard that, I had to take that one. I had to take it, because that's the children. He's lying to you. Why? His mouth is moving. That's the kids, you damn tramp.
You've only been trained to think that they actually have power when they actually do not.
No power.
There is only one truth in this world that matters, that will liberate you and free you. And you have been systematically oppressed so that you only know what kryptonite tastes like. You only know what keeps you in bondage, what keeps you powerless, what keeps you from true happiness and peace.
Happiness and peace. Just stop it. I'm telling Miss. I'm going to tell Miss if you say that again.
But you only know what kryptonite tastes like. You only know what keeps you in bondage, what keeps you powerless, what keeps you from true happiness and peace.
I'm telling Miss.
We are almost at a time where this whole thing is about to implode. I mean, just look around you. How long do you think this culture can continue to go on? As a majority, we have...
This is worse than Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what he says as well? This is worse than the first time, he said, when he had to flood it because of the wickedness, right? So that goes to show you they don't like wickedness, because last time they drowned it. And the only reason why he's not drowned in it is because he said, I make a promise that I will never, not me, I will never drown the earth or drown the beautiful children, no matter what sin they do. I will not. And to prove that I'm sorry, not me, I'm going to make a rainbow. So every time the rainbow shows, they know that that's me saying, I'm sorry. And that's what the rainbow is for. Now, when you go to their circuit schools, they say, God, whoever God is, Lord, or whoever Lord is, said that the rainbow is now for LGBT. That's what you're telling children. So you're telling me this is not a Satan dance? Huh? You're telling me this is not a Satan dance? You're telling nursing infant children, you're not telling them about Yahuwah and to learn this thing. You're telling nursing children that Father gave LGBT to them. Well, children, you need to ask your parents, what is Sodom and Gomorrah? Ask them what that is. That is a place right? Where Father brought 2 angels and said, listen, burn it down. And they went, oh, Father, listen, if there's 10 righteous men in there, can we not burn it down? He said, all right then. He said, all right then, what about if there's 9? They got all the way down to 2, I believe it was. If there's 2 righteous men in there, we will not burn it down. Meaning, who don't do bati. Now, the 2 angels come there now. Here it is. When the 2 angels come there, right, the males, the man straight away, as soon as he saw the 2 males, what happened? He got an erection, miss. Right? He said, I will have said, he said, no, stop. I've come here to offer you a way out. He said, listen, I have a beautiful sister. You can have sex with. No! And he said, see, there is not even one straight man boya. And then they burnt it down. So how is it that Father burnt down Sodom and Gomorrah, right? And then you got the schools, which is a bad thing to do, teacher. You're going to get punished for that. Which the schools are telling nursing infants who know no better because we only understand what we are shown. So, you, because you're not even a teacher, but you can just say you're a teacher as long as you're speaking that nonsense. And it says, yeah, so you've got your qualifications to be a teacher, not. And then now you're telling children that Father says that LBGT is what Father made. The rainbow for, right? So that was one what I said to children, to ask them what Sodom and Gomorrah is. And the other one is, children, ask them where in the Bible does it say, Father said, the rainbow is for the LBGT. You need to ask these people these questions. And don't let them fob you off. Tell them to show you it. And then when you realize they cannot show you it, then you know they're liars. And you know you need to step away from them. Because they will die for that. You cannot be telling children that nastiness when Father burned down Sodom and Gomorrah. Don't forget, kids, ask your parents, man, what does Sodom and Gomorrah mean? Right? And they will tell you. So how is it then that Father's going to say, here, the rainbow is for LBGT? And the whole thing is a lie. Once you just step back and look at it, come off the horse seat and go on the donkey, right? A patient man ride donkey. Hey, this trap to me. He's an idiot. Why would he want to ride a donkey? That's silly. I said, yo, listen to me, boy. A patient man rides a donkey. He said, yeah, I know all that, right? But why would he want to ride a donkey when he could just go on the horse and be fine? I said, you know what? Grandma said, right? You can't educate pork. And it's left him. Up to this day, he's still telling me about it's better off to ride the horse because it's quicker. I'm trying to tell him about patient man. He told me about the horse is quicker. The damn tramp.
Absolutely no morality or values left. You have men like Chris Brown literally doing soft porn on the stage of his concerts, and everyone's okay with it. You have this girl, Young Miami or whatever her name is, who made a song about scamming, and these idiots are dancing to it like it's an anthem. And here's the worst part. This girl says that God is blessing her.
I literally have tears in my eyes because I am so blessed. God, I don't want to cry, but God just never took his hands off of me. I am overwhelmed with joy.
And Chris Brown and Usher literally prayed to Jesus before their show of debauchery.
All right, Father, you know what to do. Bless us, anoint every gift in this room, and we will give your name the praise. In Jesus' name we say, amen.
Do you understand that the God that they're praying to is not the God of the Bible? Do you understand that even if you left out the conspiracy of where this world is going, when this is the culture, it is a recipe for a broken community no matter what? Imagine the children that will grow up from this generation of wickedness. Imagine the children that they will create. They made a movie called Idiocracy, if you ever want an example of what it looks like in the future. There is no reality that if this all continues, there being a strong future continuing in this status quo. Hard decisions need to be made. Hard realities need to be dealt with. Hard conversations need to be had. We are at a time where evil is called good, and what was once called dark is now called light. The Bible says, woe to that. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Isaiah chapter 5, verse 20. Woe to them. You do not want to be attached to it. There is a problem that is directly in everyone's face, and it needs to be dealt with. The narrative needs to change, and perhaps people don't recognize why, because it hasn't been fully broken down, so that's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is explain the narrative and who's behind it and why. I'm going to next explain the plan, and I hope and pray that some of you snap out of it and remove yourself from all the tools the enemy is warring against you with. It's time that the narrative changes, and this will not happen in the mainstream. As it said, the revolution will not be televised. Please know the mainstream is invested in your demise. You have to make the change yourself. You have to stop feeding on kryptonite and learn what it is the enemy is keeping you away from. And so I'm going to talk about it in hopes that it sparks conversations with many of you and change can begin before it's too late. This video, I'm just introducing the problem. I'm going to take my time and break it all down in the next videos. These things need to be said, and so it's going to be said. So please, go to the next part of this discussion and understand the plan and understand why it was developed. Until that time, continue to grow in knowledge and truth. Live your life in the truth and stay out of the lies, because the kingdom of Yahuwah is truly at hand. Be ready for it and be blessed. Hallelujah. Praise Yah. Okay, thanks again for watching. If this has blessed you, please make sure to like it and share it with others. Please use this to get the conversation started. If you haven't done so already, please make sure you subscribe to this channel. Yah willing, I upload every Friday and Tuesday. Also, don't forget to follow this ministry on Facebook and Instagram to find out when these videos are posted. As always, I'd like to give a special thank you to those who have donated and contributed to this ministry. Your contribution and support are a huge blessing to this ministry. I thank you for your obedience to Yahweh's call on your heart. I'm humbled by your support, and I'm very thankful for you. Be blessed. Okay, thanks again for watching, everyone. I love you all.
Want to flush out swollen legs? Stop doing this first. I'm going to show you something about foot and ankle swelling that might surprise you. Most folks have heard of lymph nodes, but what nobody talks about are these tiny drainage points inside your feet and ankles. See, your lymph system works like a network of one-way channels that move fluid back up your body. The drainage points in your feet and ankles, that's where lower leg fluid.
Here it is here, miss. I will miss. He said, read it again. I will miss. I look for the glasses. I got them. Right, it says this. It says, Ezra chapter 6 verse 7. Then I answered, what will be the dividing of the times? Or when will be the end of the first and the beginning of the age that follows? He said to me, from Abraham to Isaac's, because Jacob and Esau were born to him. For Jacob's hand held Esau's heel for the beginning. For Jacob's hand held Esau's heel for the beginning. For Esau is the end of this age, and Jacob is the beginning of the one that follow. The beginning of a man is his hand, and the end of a man is his heel. So seek nothing else between the heel and the hands. There it is there. Tutu. And they know this. So squeaky bum time for the spirits. Which ones? The principalities, right? And the rulers. Because they really got beat up already. But you didn't beat them up. My people beat them up. Your people didn't beat them up because you are still connected to them. So this is why they're telling you to not read your Torah and to put poo-poo on Yeshua and Emmanuel. And when you do that, you got no spiritual power. None at all. Remember, beautiful children, for Esau is the end of this age. Why? Because Jacob's hand held Esau's heel. Why? For the beginning. For the beginning. Right? And Jacob is the beginning of the one that follows and never stops. And this is what's going on. This is what's going on. This is, and it's so fantastic, guys. This is what's going on. This is what's going on. This, and it's beautiful. And you need to get involved, guys, right? Because all they're coming for is this. They don't want your beautiful flesh, because that's on a time span. Don't forget, right? 90 years, 95, 100, no more than 120. Your flesh, right? And then after the flesh, it either gets what? Eaten, or it gets burned, because it served its purpose. Right? And the only reason why it had its purpose, just to see where this flesh will take you next. Because the flesh is how the spirits get to see who you are. Get to see who you are, what you're like with taking knowledge, and what you like with taking instructions, what you like with listening to your parents. This is just a test, you damn tramp. So when the flesh time finished, because everything has an age and a time, then it's this time. Just stop it. Shush, man. Just shut up, man. Thank you. Right? Because everything up and then when the flesh gone and crawled up people, then we got this there, that's there. Right? And then we don't know it. And then when some people do have to get to know it, they're committing suicide. Because you were so bad to it, you done bad things, and when now you're faced with it, can't handle it, can you? What are you talking about, T? Carry on listening, bro. The spirit might come into you if you're gentle, and might open you up a little bit. With knowledge. Not hurt you. These spirits don't hurt you. Not lost children. No, it doesn't. It puts his arm around you and nurtures you. You're hungry, we feed you. We ain't got no food. We take it from the sky. Warm, there's food. Bam. Enough for you and your family, and to take some home with you. How much do I owe you? Did I say you owe me anything, cutie? Yes, you do. How much? No. When you go home and you're on your own, you go on your knees and you say, thank you, Yahuwah, or thank you, Emmanuel, for putting softness in your beautiful son, we'll say then, for telling me to pray for you, because you're the one who gave it to me. He said, he didn't want no money. He said, just make sure that I thank you, because you are the money. That's what he said. So I'm thanking you, and this is what you need to do. Excuse me. We need to start trying to get, the word is relationship. There it is. Trying to get a relationship with them, because they don't teach you that here, so you have no idea how to do a relationship. You also just feel stupid talking to you know, something that you can't see. Yeah, because they instant you. That's why you can only act when it's instant. You need to move that out of the way, bro. Right? Because spirits are here, but just at the moment we can't see them. Just like the spirit that's inside us, at the moment we can't see them. Why? Because we're in it. It's in us. And if it wasn't in us, we'd be dead. So spirits are real, darling, and we need to connect to spirits, not to because they're taking that away soon. And then you're going to be stuck with this spirit, and you're going to be lost because you're not going to know the spirit. And as soon as you're like this, the first thing you want is company. You want a neighbor, you want a friend, you want someone. But the system's taught you not to be friends with your neighbors. Oh, this wicked system done, and it's all engineered. It's wicked, guys. It's really wicked. Please believe me. And it's turned you wicked, because I'm not a wicked child, because I'm a loving child. And no matter what you do to me, can stab, kill, I'll still be loving. And I can see what you can't see, because you're just in this competing nonsense. You need to step out of that for a minute and go back into humanity. You've lost it. Go back to when you was with your grandma or your mum when you was an infant. Stay there. It's there. That's how you're safe. Stay there with that behavior in you. Stay there, and the spirits will come and talk to spirits, done. Your ticket is Emmanuel, not really Father as such. Your ticket is Emmanuel, because he came to die for you. He left his blood there for you. And the blood is the humans. I don't know what they're doing, teaching you to swap blood and drink blood. Rasta, the blood is the human. So you can't be changing blood and swapping. No! No. Dodo, remember. We are in a devil world, so everything you're doing is what you're not meant to be doing. Why? Because he wants you to come to the lake of the fire with him, right? Deceiving is his middle name in block capital letters, and he's so subtle at deceiving, this tramp, right? But if you know what you're looking for, he's an idiot, right? Because he goes against the grain. He doesn't go into the grain, so that's when you know it's not them, because they've got to be able to go into the grain then. Right, and this is the Kodesh spirit now. And if they can't go into the grain, which they can't, that's why they went to see Satan. And you don't know how to see these spirits, guys. But we're trying to show you, though, how to see these wicked Rasta, wicked. Right? And they don't like women, and they don't like children, especially sons. Why? Because the woman's seed, man. Right? The woman's seed will crush that tramp. And you know something, right? Come here. I think I got it here. I think you left it here for me, Father. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. You know what? I'm not wrong. This is just so spiritual. Alright, guys, let's go somewhere. We take it there. We take it there. We take it there. Alright, cool then. Where are we going? We're going there and we're going. This is dangerous, but yeah, same place now. Same place, guys. I didn't even know it was there as well. Where else? Right, where are we going now? We're going to I can't say it now, the beginning, which is Genesis, yeah. 3:15. I didn't say it was there because we got 9:19, which is for I forget what 9:19 is for now in Genesis. That was for it was new. It's gone out my head what that one was for. But let's go back to this one. Boom. 3:15. This one here, guys, is the enmity. That's why you didn't tell them, because it's enmity as well. Right. We're not talking about the enmity, we're talking about the heel. Now go and read 3:15, guys, and it will tell you about the heel, right? And the woman. And this is why he doesn't like women and children, right? Because the woman's heel will crush him, right? The serpent's head. And that means her children. So that's what that meant. I didn't realize that because I had that 3:15 just for the enmity. But no, it's got it all in there as well. So that's a good one for you. 3:15 Genesis, guys. And enmity as well. And we need to understand what enmity means, guys. No, don't forget to know, right? Enmity is a curse. You know women are cursed. Women have a curse because of that damn Adam and the damn Halwa, right? Who her name is Eve. Her, that witch. Yes, that witch. Her. And you're cursed, sisters, because of her. And you still have this curse to this day. Because in 3:15, right, sister, if you look at the word enmity, now remember, right, words sometimes can mean a whole paragraph. Like that name, Misha'el. There it is, there's a whole paragraph. Now anyway, let's go back now. Please go and have a look at the word enmity and go and find the meaning of the word enmity, because Father says, right, that he, when you desire him and you really like him and you want to settle with him, now he now will have a curse on him that he can treat you anyway. Read it. He treats you any way he wants. It's part of the curse. And when you have children as well, you're going the most pain ever. Part of the curse. Why? Because these are the first children Father made, and then they broke his command straight away. First command. So he had to punish them, and they're still in the cave to this day. They're still in the cave. So coming back to the word enmity, it means when you desire any man, darling, he has the power to rule over you. And this is what you said, unless he's a good son. If he's a good son, doing the Torah and doing it the right way, then nothing happens to the woman he gets, nothing at all. And you can see enmity is what's going on today with many, many people. Plus, you're not a virgin. Plus, you didn't go and see her father to see if you could marry her. You know, you've just done marriage and everything the wrong way. Just have sex whenever you want. And that is Satan. And this is why we're suffering. This is why we're suffering. You do marriage, you do it the wrong. It's a Hebrew thing. You're going into a covenant when you're married, you know. It's a lifelong covenant between a man and a woman. I even give you a band of gold, which is the ring. And when you split up from her, only one way you can is if you give it away, right? There's other ways if you really, really don't agree, and you go to the priest and you can see you don't agree. And you say, all right, but then you have to pay her a certificate of bill. You got to split up like that. It doesn't work like that, man. It doesn't work like that. There's a lot of care in this thing. And it works a certain way, bro. And if you just move out, which you're going to, because I don't think we're going to be around in this country for very long, because we can't grow in what we want to grow in, done. At all. Just pure wickedness that you want people to grow in, done. And no one don't even call Father's real name here. No one don't. They're talking about Baal, who is a sexual demon, Baal is. And he's Lord. That's who they call Lord, guys. That's who they call Lord. A sexual demon who loves children. His thing is children, boys, adolescent. And this is who they're praising now. And they're doing it in front of you. You're saying, oh, sorry, lessons will be learned. Sorry, want you to give. Sorry. The church is the biggest one for it. They're always getting caught interfering with sons. Which church? The Roman Catholic Church. Right? And I've been in that church, but no, they couldn't touch me. Obviously, Father would actually destroy them. But once I started getting into the confession box, he took me out of there, bro. Because man cannot take away sin. But he told me he could get out of it. I said, all right. I said, all right. See? He's a dangerous demon. And he uses white sons and all these sons to do his work. And then he puts these sons on their platform. And that's how these sons get recognized. Remember, these sons can't do nothing without a woman. Remember that. Have you seen these sons in a house? They couldn't even run a house down. So how are they going to be able to get these high places where they are? Huh? They were joke, Rasta. Put them in a house for a week and see what this boy's like. If they could pay bills and do this and do that and cook for them, put them Ras and watch them. Put them in a house for a week, then. No, you can't be with a woman as well. You got to be on your own. They, Rasta, don't be fooled by these sons. They're whatless. They can't do anything. The system puts them there. Trust me, I know what I'm on about.
It begins its journey back up. When the system is working well, fluid flows freely. But here's what nobody tells you. Over time, this drainage can slow down. Protein-rich fluid and weight.
Substance to get him through the day as well. He can't stop drinking. He can't stop smoking. He got no control. Dutch courage, call it what you want. No control, bro. And then he is slow to anger. Content rejection. Well, what kind of man is that then? Huh? Tarotted. What kind of man is that? Some mothers do have them. I didn't ask you that. I said, what kind of man is that? Tarotted. Well, some mother. Oh yeah, the Trump. The Trump. I have no idea, miss.
Ingrid or Dimitrov. Now he's going out there for a...
The people from the 80s and the 70s and the early 90s. Where's all the real people, man? Where them there?
The unforced error.
Sisters, the red group guys, the Mister guys. You know what I mean? The touch of class number. Hey!
Still chasing after every ball, hoping to make Kabali play one more shot.
I just want to leave the country, but I just had it up a little bit. Can't go no further. You can stay. You can't go no further. You've got passport. Just do something different. You're not going anywhere. When they don't like farming.
So often asking for one more shot, and often that extra shot from Kabali is a mistake. Another break point. Take it. He is achieving magical things. More Marilyn than Arthur. He sits down so close to the semi-finals.
Here he needs 5 games to love in the third set. And by 2 sets to love.
Well, you just don't want him to wake up because he's just playing such extraordinary tennis. His anticipation and first step is phenomenal. That staying in that final point, getting to that short ball, controlling it perfectly.
And the mentality, he just has not wavered. He's just been so focused each and every point, asking the question, chasing the ball down, being aggressive at the right moment.
For everything this means, again, you expect him to go into the semi-final now, but you know it's the prize money, it's the ranking points. He's getting up close to the top 50 in the world if he's through to the semi-finals, and this off the back of wildcard invitations at Queen's and East.
It would be very easy to start sort of thinking about that, but that's the last thing that he
might even let him in the club.
Doesn't need to worry about that right now. He's got to stay focused on hopefully one last service game.
So the crowd will settle in. Arthur Ferry will gather himself, serving for the match, serving at 5-love, serving for a place in the semi-finals of Wimbledon.
Yes, already, thank you.
seen it all. His mother can only laugh. His coach applauds. The whole of centre court rises to Arthur Ferry. 3 match points.
There's only so much you can take, bro. I mean, everybody has a play. It's the worst one. Can't be right. How could any of us start? Has to be the star, yeah. No, that's a country where it's multi, but not the West. I'm not going to play everything like that. Maybe 50 because of the North and the They were British accent. But people appreciate goodness. Just keep showing these pale white people. So you keep showing them. What they want to do is just want you to honour them. And they can't even do anything. But they don't want to look at what other people can do. They just want you to honour what they can do. And everything they do, right, they stolen it from someone or took the idea from someone and then burn out in 10, 15 minutes because they have stamina. Or they're in the wrong complexion of weather for stamina. They don't egg you on lever to do good. They just want to stop you. And that's exhausting. It gets exhausting now. It's exhausting. Like you compete, and we are not allowed to compete. Why would we want to compete? But you're competing. You always want to compete with us, you damn trying. You're trying to show off or whatever. We don't do that nonsense. We're not from the West. Like that. I'm trying.
He's soaking it all in, but if this really is all a dream, he's thinking, let me sleep a while longer. And it was the quarterfinals last year, quarterfinals this year, losing to Djokovic last year, losing now to Arthur Ferry. He will be back, and we'll see more of him in the latter stages of science. Of that quality, of that level. Thank you all for saying that as we trust. Just extraordinary.
Yeah.
That's about to enjoy.
Okay, bro. Yeah, bro. Say that. I thought you done it early. Nice, bro. I thought you done it early. You held on to it. Good. Well done, bro. Well done. Yeah, I love him. He's my boy, innit? I love him. He's my boy, I do. He's a good boy, man. I love him. Well, what are we doing? I don't know. Come and give me a hug.
You're through to the semi-finals of Wimbledon. Just take that.
Every match. And no, I just can't believe it. It's incredible playing on centre court.
Education
Second win.
Good children.
It wasn't just the fact that you won the match, it was the manner in which you won the match. How surprised were you with how you played, or had you always known that this was in there?
Yeah, I mean, I played Fabio earlier this year, and I beat him in Australia, which was a boost of confidence. I knew that I could do it, even though it was my first time in quarterfinals, and he's done it before in a Grand Slam, but that gave me a little boost of confidence.
And we know Satan is
just kept
everywhere.
going.
It's good just to go to
very
different
nervous
countries
beforehand, but then just kept going
and
to the
see.
And yet when you're out on court, it looks like your heart rate is actually lower than everybody in your box. Are you really that cool and in control, or are you a very good athlete as well as a very good tennis player?
Definitely not on the inside. Yeah, it was that last game. I
I felt emotions that I hadn't experienced before in my life, and I think it's the same up there. But yeah, it's unbelievable to share it with those guys. It's a great bunch of guys. I'm so happy.
And just before I let you go, not every tennis. Are you ready for a new world?
I love that girl.
Since Charlie Kirk's death, with the name of his organization being rightly called Turning Point, I have felt this in my spirit that we are at a turning point. We are moving towards a point of no return, and many people are being solidified in their place on where they will fall in this whole agenda. I truly feel that change is on the way, and it is what everyone is doing right now to manage the moment. Your job, your career, it does not matter. Your education, your financial goals, your relationship goals, none of those things matter.
None of those things matter. Oh, come on, man. Where's this around? Look at this woman. She got her bosom hanging out. Why'd you have to do that for a minute? Taking a picture, you've got to show people your tits. It's a joke, man. It's an absolute joke. Absolute joke. Always showing your bosom, man. Every minute, these stupid women. Every damn minute. It's embarrassing.
And I mean that according to the dictionary definition. They hate women, truly. The West is misogynistic. And always has been. And I mean that according to the dictionary definition. They hate women, truly.
Yeah.
There's no other culture or civilization in history, in my opinion, that degrades and belittles women as much as the West. They objectify women so profoundly that women in the West objectify themselves. They used to wonder, whether or not women have souls. And it seems like they ultimately decided that they don't. Women are nothing to them but bodies. Women are nothing but bodies in Western culture. They're decorations. Women's bodies are supposed to be part of the scenery. Nothing but props. That's why you can even have this absurd debate about what a woman is. Because if she is nothing but a body, which is what she is in the West, if she's nothing but, lipstick and breasts, hips and a hairdo, then she can be replicated. A man can make himself look like that. He can do a convincing performance, an exaggerated impression of what a woman is, a lampoon. He can do what's essentially a gender minstrel show.
Gender minstrel.
Instead of blackface, it's lipstick and makeup and a wig, plus some hormone.
Yeah, he's really good at taking the mick out of people, isn't it? Well, somebody should take the mick out of him. They said, I wouldn't even want to try and be like her. I said, well, more for you.
The West
but he always wants to take the mick
is
out
misogynistic.
People, doesn't he?
And always has been. And I mean that according to the dictionary definition. They hate women, truly.
I told you that.
There's no other culture or civilization in history, in my opinion.
Why is it when we speak, that it comes to life? Is it because when you can notice the difference between a dreamer and a real prophet is when the dreamer speaks something, it doesn't come to light. But when the prophet speaks something, if what he speaks comes to light, then you know it's from Yahuwah. And that's what the book says. You damn tramp. You damn tramp. You're a child of Satan. Satan ain't got no put only in his little ministry to do magic in that rubbish. And then once we just chuck water on it or chuck fire on it, man, it's not real. It's only because people who don't know what's going on, people who are lost, and you've kept them lost on purpose, you have. So they think that you're great, because they're lost. You kept them lost and made them think that you're great. So they think you are great, because they've grown up with you all your life. And then they've got their ancestors who have just continued, their mom, their dad, and then the next generation have just continued, not even told them who they are. They don't even know anything about their ancestry. They just think they're British. Yeah, because you can live this simple life when everybody comes from a culture with rules on it, but you like to come here because you can just do what you want. Damn joke.
I mean that according to the
no sense. Do as you will.
dictionary definition. They hate
do as you
women,
will.
truly. There's no other culture or civilization in history, in my opinion, that degrades and belittles women as much as the West. They objectify women so profoundly that women in the West objectify themselves. They used to wonder, whether or not women have souls. And it seems like they ultimately decided that they don't. Women are nothing to them but bodies. Women are nothing but bodies in Western culture. They're decorations. Women's bodies are supposed to be part of the scenery, nothing but props. That's why you can even have this absurd debate about what a woman is, because if she is nothing but a body, which is what she is in the West, if she's nothing but, lipstick and breasts, hips and a hairdo, then she can be replicated. A man can make himself look like that. He can do a convincing performance, an exaggerated impression of what a woman is, a lampoon. He can do what's essentially a gender minstrel show. Instead of blackface, it's lipstick and makeup and a wig, plus some hormone injections. Because they really think that that's all that women are, and that's all they want women to be. You know that's what they want women to be, because that's what they reward women for being. I mean, I saw a report that's a few years old, but it showed that strippers make as much money as a lawyer on average. Now, in a materialistic culture of commodification like the West, it's easy to see what the society approves of and what they value, because that's who gets paid. So when you send the message to women and to girls that wealth can be rapidly expedited for them if they take off their clothes on stage or on camera, rather than develop their minds, rather than develop their skills, their character, and so on. When you tell women and girls that you're going to have to go to university for years, you're going to have to be in the workforce for years before society will monetarily reward you anywhere close to what it will reward you right now, today, if you will just objectify yourself and get naked in front of strangers. The message is crystal clear. We want you to be what we think you are, which is a sexual object. And if you'll go along with that,
we'll pay you handsomely.
You will be generously rewarded.
See?
We don't think you have dignity. We don't think you have honor. We don't think you're decent. We think that you're agents of the devil and instruments of sin. You caused the fall of man. That's deeply embedded in the cultural thinking of the West. And clothes, being covered, covering your nakedness, is only for the dignified. That's why they strip you in interrogations, to break you down, to humiliate you, to demean you, to create an imbalance of power between you and the interrogators. I know what I'm talking about because they did it to me. They do it to make you vulnerable. Well, that's what the Western society does to women. Forget about slut shaming. They practice modesty shaming, virtue shaming, dignity shaming.
Virtuous woman, you're damn
because
right. I agree.
Who are you to think that every man in the public sphere isn't supposed to be able to see your body?
He isn't supposed to.
What makes you so special? What makes you think that you have the right to deny any man's eyes access to your body? Your bodies are supposed to be public. Your bodies are supposed to be decorations.
For the West.
That's the culture. And they don't want dignified women.
Well, Milky Way said, right? Grandma, right, is lamb. And there is no way on any planet, even if there is a universe, would grandma ever swap lamb for mutton. Hands down. Don't even have to ask her. Don't even have to ask her. There is no way on the planet. So I don't care what you say. Don't care where you turn her. Right? She will stay a banana. She would not transfer to mutton. Weirds.
In the public sphere.
Not even steak, right? Mutton. You damn, not even pork, You said mutton. You damn tramp.
They don't want virtuous women
They
in
don't
the
want
public
virtuous
sphere.
women. Of course they don't.
They don't want modesty.
It's too hard for them. That's why they go to children. That's why they go for children. It's easy picking, right? And not only that, the fear of the children, because it's fear. They like that. They get off on it. Makes them feel like they're powerful. They are sick boys, man, because they've grown up like that. Conquer, rule, and divide. And they see their parents doing it. They're going and conquering lands and stuff like that. They're in their parents' home, so they hear the talking, so they adopt that behavior. Whether you like it or not, you're in the same place as where it is. So you pick up on that energy. That spirit goes in you, whether you like it or not. It's like being around sound system, man. If you're around them, whether you like it or not, it will go into you because this is the energy of the spirit. It's how it works. They don't tell you about spirits. Why not? Because they don't want you to be in control of your own spirit. These try. Forget about the mind. Forget the mind. It's this. Forget the mind. It's this. This is what they're working on. This is trying. And now he's stripping women. And this man's trying to explain something to you, but I think it'd be too hard for you because you can't even concentrate no more than 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Cheerio. Ta-ta. Cheerio.
And in the public sphere isn't supposed to be able to see your body. What makes you so special? What makes you think that you have the right to deny any man's eyes access to your body? Your bodies are supposed to be public. Your bodies are supposed to be decorations.
Who? You.
That's the culture.
Yeah, that's the culture.
And they don't want dignified women in the public sphere. They don't want virtuous women in the public sphere.
Too hard in it.
They don't want modesty.
Modesty.
So now France has banned women from wearing abayas in schools. Women can't wear clothes in schools that deny male teachers and fellow students access to enjoy their figures, to enjoy their bodies. And of course, this is just a crooked way of banning Muslim women from education. Just like the public ban on the niqab, France wants Muslim women to stay in their homes, and they don't want them to go to school. In other words, they're not allowed to be in public. They're not allowed to go to school unless they go along with your objectification and misogyny. Because Muslim women destroy your narrative about women. And that's unacceptable to you. Muslim women destroy your vindictive understanding of patriarchy. And that destroys your whole narrative about Muslim men in the process. And by extension, your whole slanderous narrative about Islam.
Just be nice to everyone.
Because like I've said before, in Islam,
Just be nice.
men have authority over women. And we don't say that that means superiority over women. It's absurd to pretend that the Muslim world is misogynistic on any scale like the West, especially with regards to the issue of hijab. I mean, I don't think there's any better argument against the claim that hijab is a manifestation of male domination than the advertising industry. I mean, think about it. Companies know and have known for a very long time that men like to look at women's bodies. In fact, there isn't anything that men would rather look at than women's bodies. As much as they might like hamburgers, they would rather look at an advertisement of a beautiful woman in a bikini holding a hamburger than to look at the hamburger itself. That's why you use women in advertising the way you do. In a male-dominated society, women would be less covered, not more covered, because, well, that's what men want to see. And
the hospitals are built for women only in mind. And you went, oh, got it wrong. Come out the other day, you went, oh, got it wrong. We built the hospitals for women in mind. What about nude Olympics? When Olympics back in the day was only men. Nude Olympics and up, nude. Oh, and you had to get baby oil and put a baby oil on it. And guess what the first activity was? Wrestling. He even got an erection when he heard the wrestling because he knew it was all hugging up and slippery and then after that, guess where they go to have a wash? In the Roman baths. Dudu, have you seen the state of these baths? And when they're in there, they're having blowjobs, they're reading newspaper, next one sucking his toe, next one in is licking his bum. It is filth. And this is nude Olympics. The same Olympics, you damn tramp. You pagan. Why not tell people who you are?
in a male-dominated society, they control the norms. And this should be understood. In a male-dominated society, in a truly misogynistic society, men believe that it is their right to see women's bodies. If a woman is covered, they feel deprived. The covered woman is defying their entitlement.
Not allowed to. I'll get told off.
You can even decipher this in their anti-hijab arguments. when they say that hijab seeks to make women invisible in the society, as if a woman isn't there if you can't see her legs or her hair or the contours of her body. She just doesn't exist if she's not showing you her body. This kind of pseudo-feminist assertion objectifies women even more than the hamburger advertisement that just uses a woman to sell meat. If she's not presenting herself as a decoration on the street for the appreciative eyes of passing men, then she's a non-entity in the West. Whereas a man in baggy trousers, a jacket, and a hoodie, where only his hands and his face can be seen, he's not vanished from the society. Just because you can't see his skin, he's still there. Because men's role in the West is not decorative. Women's is. And that passes in the West for female empowerment. I don't know what's so difficult to understand about the connection between conforming with what gratifies men and being therefore dominated by men. And I don't think anyone wonders whether men are more gratified by seeing a scantily clad woman than seeing a woman in the hijab. I mean, whose image is more likely for men to search on Google? Kim Kardashian or Afghan woman in the burqa? No, the West hates Muslim women because they embody the antidote for the poisonous narrative that the West has always maintained about women. And they're afraid that women will catch on.
Yeah.
They're afraid that their own women
will catch up.
Will start to realize that they don't deserve to be stripped down in public and objectified. That they don't have to suffer all these body image issues. The eating disorders, the depression, the anxiety over whether or not they can fit into a tight dress.
Depression. Can I fit into that dress? That's not you, darling. That's the system. I know what you're doing it for. These sons. Huh? Are you looking pretty that up? These sons. They're not to make love to you and bring you to an orgasm. And you're killing yourself with these sons, making yourself look absolutely goddess gorgeous, which you are. But what, for them? For them. You're better off doing that, and then doing it for father or doing it for Yeshua. You're better off doing it for that. And then while they're doing it to them, say to them, I want you to bring me a husband. And they will bring you a husband because you're speaking to them, you're telling them what you want. You don't go to that system for anything though. You're mad. Because all you're going to get is them sons. Because it's engineered for them sons to have their playtime before they get murdered. Damn trams.
But they don't
They
have
never
to
had it
suffer
so good.
all these body image issues. You know,
And look what you do
the
to the
eating
people.
disorders, the depression, the anxiety over
This is what
whether or
you're
not
doing
they can fit into
to
a
women
tight dress
and
or a
girls.
short skirt to conform with societal
To
expectations.
conform with your
Own
nonsense.
women
This is what you're doing.
will start to realize that they don't deserve to be stripped down in public and objectified. That they don't have to suffer all these body image issues. You know, the eating disorders, the depression, the anxiety over whether or not they can fit into a tight dress or a short skirt to conform with societal expectations.
For him.
They're afraid that Muslim women will make their own women question their own self-objectivity. Then the party will be over. They're worried. Women convert to Islam twice as much as men. That's that many more women whose bodies you will be.
try to say. Your time soon come. Try to say. When integrating with that stuff, innit? You can't get your stuff, kid. We always got to integrate people's stuff. You do something dead and boring. You getting found out. Children of Israel.
But a body with sense has banned women from wearing abayas in school. Women can't.
Spoken about hypocrisy among white community. Gone.
Who want to be dignified and don't want to be decorations.
Dignified.
Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. I hope if you're watching, you're having a great time. Now, many times we've talked about how the biases that we have globally has strained the relationship between whites and blacks. And this has gone beyond just personal levels, and it is now in countries where you find that one nation does not really align with another nation because of the biases that exist in terms of their relationship. And this is the thing that Shahid Bolsen has been speaking about. He has spoken about hypocrisy among white community, and he has always highlighted some of the things that need to be done for us to kind of have a united society where we can appreciate each other. But one thing he always points out is that the white system has always benefited from the flaws that black people have. And the nation in the global south have been forced to continue depending on the approval of many nations in the West. It is sad that this is the reality, but there will come a moment when nations in the global south will have to realize that they need to change and advance in everything that they do. I have this clip from Shahid Bolsen speaking about some of these issues that I've highlighted. Let's watch. I shall come back in the end.
Look at them. Yes, there you go. Celebrating Britishness. It's perfect. They look so happy. They look so happy. They look so excited. That's nice. Fried bologna as far as the eye can see. No, that's right. What did I tell you about the riots last year, whenever that was? Last year, I think. It was a festival. It's a festival for them. Those race riots, that's a festival. It's a celebration of their culture. Because this is their culture. This is cathartic for them. Should be like this. Should be like this. It doesn't bother me at all. No. This is Jason Voorhees without the hockey mask. No, it doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother me. When people stop pretending to be what they're not. What they've never been. This is a celebration of their culture. That's what it is, truly. Everything it means to be British. Hate, paranoia, insecurity, fear, violent, ugly, drunk. Huh. What could be more English than that? And not a dentist in all that whole 150,000 of them, probably. All rallying around a convicted hooligan, convicted fraudster, stalker, drug dealer as their national hero. It's perfect. It's perfect. Couldn't be more English. And of course they're angry. Yes, they're angry. They feel like they're losing their country. And that's on you. Wallahi, that's on you. All you immigrants, all you Muslims who went over there, the Africans, Caribbeans, Asians, and so forth, that's on you. Because you believed them. And you never should have believed them. You believed them. When they said that they were multicultural, that they're tolerant, and that they could accept you ever being a Brit. You thought that they would treat you, for some reason, I don't know why, you thought that they would treat you one way in your home country and another way in their country. So that's on you. That's your own naivete, your own gullibility. They're monoculturalists, and they always have been. Monoculturalists. They don't even like other so-called white people. That's right. They hate the French. They hate the Germans. They hate the Polish. They hate the Russians. And everyone knows what they did to the Irish, how they treated the Irish. And the Irish just about have to be the most palest skinned people on this planet. No, they're monoculturalists. All the Europeans are. The British are, and the rest of them are. There's no difference. That's why their entire history, just right up until like yesterday, was nothing but endless wars. Endless wars against each other. But somehow, wallahi, I don't know how, but somehow you thought that they would welcome you into their country. I told you before that they look at you exactly the same in London as they looked at you when you were in India, or they looked at you in Africa, or they looked at you when you were working their sugar plantations in Jamaica. No, they didn't look down at you. In your own countries, they didn't look down at you like that because of where you were. They treated you like that because of who you are. You understand me? But when you immigrate over there,
in misery. I don't want to teach the children. Why not? You come into the children with erect penis. Now, what does a child know about erect penis? Hear him. Don't worry, I can show him. Come here. With a knife there. Come back. With a knife there. Come back. Anytime I see him, chop it off. I'm keeping my knife right here. The jam tram. About the erection. Rasta.
I'll treat you then. I'll go somewhere and teach them.
Pull up. The shabba. That damn shabba. Right? Come here. Right, ready? Now, what's Shabba saying? Shabba is saying to teach the youths. Excuse me. They don't want to know about what's underneath there. They don't want to know about that at all. To teach the youth something else, you stupid sons. You idiotic sons. On Satan's platform, you're not allowed to teach anything else. None at all. Only things that go against humanity. Them sell-out sons. Where's they called? Are the Chicken Judge? Are the Fiddler? Are the Uncle Tom? Are the Uncle Sam? I don't know which one of them, but the other them. You're one of them. I never to be sons.
I'll treat you then.
super DJ. I saw you chat lyrics. These damn spirits, they won't leave me alone. They're always coming inside me and telling you a little bit of the future, what's about to come. I know they couldn't do it in your son, though, could they? Because he'd run, because he's got to deal with Satan, so he couldn't do it, because Satan would expose him and kill him. That's why he can't speak like this and help people, because it's all about him, you know. But people are fed up with that now. You, looking at you, because they keep saying to you, show us what's inside. Show us your bank account. Show us your bank account. And you can't, can you? Because there's nothing in there, you damn tramp.
So you can't steal someone's food. This is the thing. This is the thing you can't control. It's called joy. This is why you hate joy, because joy exposes you, and joy don't cost no money. Joy is within you, but you don't do joy. You don't do fun. You don't do happiness. You don't do togetherness. You don't do family. You do the opposite. You're the opposite to us. Two nations, remember? One red and hairy and one brown. One is evil and one is good. And that is it. It's as simple as that. So when you simplify it, then you can see it. But when you start dressing it up in items that don't speak, wooden, stone, all sorts of nonsense, 2-second wonder, and then it gives you another 2-second wonder, you're just lost in the wonder. Stuff that don't speak back to you. That's why you can't speak. Damn tramp. And you're comfortable in that wonder thing because you've had it all your life. You damn tramp.
If I get fun, nobody want fun. Cry. I'll take a gap out. Hear this. If a man wants.
Yes. Because I know how sensitive you are, right? But you should use that sensitivity and realize what you do to others, because other people are sensitive as well, but you're only sensitive for you. But anyway, hear this. As you can see, guys, there is definitely something going on, as you can see. And if you can't see, then you're still stupid. But as you can see, there's an energy going on in this world. And if you cannot see it, then you're still left behind. Right? And it's the season now of these suns. They're doing documentaries now about these sons and about the West and these sons and how they see women and how they see their organisation. And without their organisations, these sons would be nothing. You wouldn't even know about them. Remember, these are the sons that couldn't get into the disco or the prom. And if you can see it like that, then you know what kind of sons these are. They don't even know how to run a house. They couldn't even run a house for a day, let alone a week or a month. And pay bills and just keep it running consistently. They're a joke, Rasta. They're a joke. And they do this to hide away from the facts of doing the basics. So they take all your stuff and make them look like they're kings. So, you've got to do all their stuff for them. And when you can't do it, then you get to see what it is. A tramp, a proper caveman tramp, because he can't do the basics. So when he ain't got a woman helping him, and you see him on his own, he goes to be a tramp. Because he can't even do the basics of looking after himself and hygiene and cooking and red tape, because he's a tramp, done. Wash clothes and all that. What's that? What are you talking about? That's Wurzel Gummidge, man. He's always got to have Aunt Sally with him, damn tramp. Rasta, what head you got on today? You're dancing it? Yeah, they got batty fears.
If I get fun, nobody want fun. Cry. I'll take a gap out. Hear this. If a man wants to let it, you don't want it. Man wants to let it, you know. If a man wants to let it, you don't want it. Man wants to let it, you know. Say if you want to push you up, you don't want it. Say if you want to turn you up, you know. Say if you want to push you up, you don't want it. Say if you want to chuck you up, you know. Jump around, you don't want to be alone. about say, but if you want your woman look cash and ready, they tell you the truth, they want to pay down on it. Jump around, if you wanna play it down, I play it on your mind, up your back up. Kick out the foot, if you wanna play it down, if not play it, play you not talk up. Why you wanna play it, play down on it. You don't wanna play it, play down on it. If a man wants to make it, play down on it. If a man wants to make it, play down. If a man wants to make it, play down on it.
Because Shabba's got the energy, the Shabba's got the energy. This time with the Shabba. I mean, also this is starting like the Shabba, you know. This is no, this is the bogey one. That goes there, and this one goes over here. I have no idea. It's supposed to be in your place, isn't it? I have no idea. So when the sun comes, make sure in your place. So you don't come check. Are you in your place? No, burn. But it should have been in your place, isn't it? They're checking now to see if you're in the quarters. Stand to attention. Stand at ease. Right. Let him scream. Let him scream then. Stand to attention and stand at ease. Right. Boy, I learned to the truth then. I've done really good in smoking. I think I'm going to stop smoking, guys. I think that's the next one. When I've done it with a few kills, I don't see why you don't just stop smoking as well, but I really do. I'll take this one to a real high level. And bring far away. I don't mind smoking still, but I want to do it for you. I do. I didn't stop you all, man. All of it. Just go on a different trajectory. I don't even want to come out of this country, bro. Can't grow. A child like you cannot grow here. Can't grow. Can't grow at all. They're wicked devil children here at all. I can see it. And the cool, it's all of it. The way it's orchestrated. They want you to do it a certain way. And just, I can't do it that way at all. They want to level you on how to do truth. Not me, I ain't like Rasta. You're better off locking me up, Rasta. And it chops as well. You're better off locking me up, Rasta. My second home prison anyway, as you know. Down the block, the Cherokee, as you know. Because this is a joke, man. People can't be living like this and being happy with you and just keeping your backside quiet. No, not so, bro. I prefer to be in jail or be somewhere else, bro. There's no growth here. There's too much racism and white man just hurting his own and messing around with children and women dropping their bosoms just to be recognised. For God's sake. Have you seen the kids? When the kids come out? They come out with time and they go to school. They go into school. Have you seen the way they dress? Rasta. But they can't see it because the West promotes that nastiness. They say, yeah, do it, it's alright, and then do it. Because they're changing you and your perception of nastiness, trying to normalize nastiness. Absolute filth, then. What about dogs pissing and shitting? Why don't you play my music like that? You want to see it? There's about 3 or 4 big bits of shit just left. Oh. These people, man, and they're shitting on nature as well, you know. This is why Father wants them off the dance. Now, hear what's happening with them now. You know your birth rate? Your birth rate is below 0. Below 0. Your birth rate. And your suicide rate is higher than your birth rate. And the sun is wiping them out by the thousands. So don't you see what's happening? Because of the damage what your forefathers caused, you're just dying without even anyone bombing you up, robbing you, raping you, killing you. No, the elements of nature is now getting you for the way you treated the earth and the children. Right? So your suicide rate overtakes your birth rate. Overtakes it. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? Because no one's telling you about what you've done. You're thinking what you've done, you're alright. And you bought off the elders, you bought them off. Right? That's why they're not saying that and they're just letting you do what they want with their kids. So now the elements are coming in because they're ready to come now. Father and Yeshua. But the elements are dealing with you. Now when you hit to a situation where your suicide rate overtakes your birth rate and you haven't got a birth rate because you're not making up to your women, then you don't see you're getting picked off now. You can't see it. Simple maths tells you, yeah? If you're killing yourself and you're not producing, then what's that tell you? And the sun's burning, what's left? Then what's that tell you? You damn tramp. It's for the wickedness your forefathers have done. That's what's going on in real time. And guess what? The weather's going to get hotter and hotter and hotter. Because the sun's just checking, are you in your quarters? When Father put you in your quarters, are you there? If you're not there, the sun will burn and bite you. You shouldn't be in the south. You should be in the north. That's what your long hair's for the cold. That's what it's for. Father thought about you and made sure it covered you and protected you. That's what your long hair's for, your neck, the back of your neck. That's what it's for. We don't need it. Our hair goes up. And then you straighten your hair and look at what? Look, you don't even know what the hair's for. It's how foolish you people are. Do you know what the bottom's for? No, it's not for that. It's to feed children. God, you people, you turn the bosom into page 3 and turn her into a slut. You people. And you still can't see it. You're thinking this is how humans live. Rasta. Because no one's not telling them, but that's just not how you live, man. They don't really know what to tell you. This is not how you live. Man.
What this girl thinking, man? Don't understand that, man. I don't understand it.
Hello to all those who love Yahuwah. Not God, Yahuwah. Oh, you know it. It's written there, bro. Look. There are 6 things which Yahuwah hates, and 7 which are abomination, and that's in Proverbs 6:16. And the 3rd one says, hands that shed innocent blood. But you haven't shed it, you shed oceans of it. You have. And you think you're going to get away with it when he says he hates it. Rasta, I have no idea who you think you are. You must think you can defeat him, innit? That's what you must be thinking. Oh, I could defeat Yahuwah. And you even know his name. You even know his name as well. Tutu. You get him brave. You get him brave done. You get him brave, or is it stupid? I have no idea. No idea. No idea. But we
That sounds good, doesn't it?
and we would never disrespect your name. We would be scared to anyway, but there's no need for us to do it. Your name is glorious, now we push that name. You're damn right, though. And when we're hungry, you feed us. Right? And then when we're thirsty, you quench us. Right? And then when we want to play some music, you put the tea in. right? And then when we don't want to speak, you say, just stand there, it's all right then. And then he speaks for you. Just don't hit, to draw. Right? Not swear words. You're not allowed to swear down. Because when you swear, it goes on it. Man, when you swear down, it goes back down. No, they don't, because it's Kodesh. It's Kodesh. It's not holy, whatever that is. It's Kodesh. Right? And they don't do swear. Guys, remember, William said to me, come here. I'm coming. Whoa, look at that.
More strikes on
Wow, sorry guys to cut you. He'd say, yo, come here, look at that. I said, your bottom. You wipe it 4 times a day. Yes, father. Ah, same thing. Your mother. Make sure you know, right? Your underpants back clean. Because anyhow, son, you have an accident, right? And the hospital have to phone me up and say, Sandra, he's all right. Yeah, we're operating on him. He's all right. Mum wasn't even thinking about that, right? She said, all right, you mark him out. All right, Sandra, just a minute. What? Why we was operating, we had to take his clothes off. Don't tell. Yes, Sandra, we're telling you. His underpants back was dirty. She said, tell him I'm getting a minicab now. Do. The phone goes down. So, moral of the story is this. Even our parents, who's been telling us about how clean this bottom needs to be, right? And father is on a tin, white flannel, make sure it wet 4 times a day. And you look at it to see where you are. I said, just stop it. He said, the name of the game is not holy. What is it? He said, Kodesh. I said, okay. Dick Eye Chabby, right? So all them little pale complexion boys who think they can do this, now when they say, oh, the Torah is too hard. Yes, it's too hard for you. And the only thing you took out of it was weight. The only thing you took out of it was, I don't eat pork. Yo, there's more in the Torah, you know, about not just eating pork, and it's hours. So you see how these Muslims now, you see where they're coming from that? You see what thieves they are? When they conquered us and pushed us away, the whole system, and we was naughty anyway, so father said, no power. And you see the stuff that we've got, they're going to take it and put it on their sons. What about the turban? We know it is, right? But you haven't got the gold bit that says Yahuwah's name. And you have to be ranked to wear a turban. Of fine linen, that is. You have to be ranked to wear a turban. But you just take it for a piece and let all your boys wear it. We have to let them see her. They know who to come to with a turban. Please believe me. You have to be honoured to wear a turban, you damn tramp. And it's got to have Yahuwah's name on it. That's why we know it's not real, you damn tramp. Pure copying now. Just like the Indians, right? You might look at the Indians and think, yeah, no. Go back and ask for Da Vinci. Just say David Da Vinci. Indians, just say that, and you'll see they look just like me. Dressed like them, they look just like me, because they're the first ones. We were the first here. Right? Not light, they're the same complexion as me. They look just like me. They look just like me. Da Vinci Indians. Go and have a look at them. They're the first. Got the spot on the hair, just the way they look. One more. You know the Buddha statue? Go and have a look at the Buddha statue. Tell me when have you ever seen Asian people, right, that's got corns in their hair. And every time you see either the Buddha man or the Buddha woman, they've got square bits in their hair. Now that's corn. And there's only one set of children that have corns in their hair. Right? And we are the Buddhists, not them. When they conquered it, it's taken, but they couldn't change the hair, could they? To this day, if you go look at a Buddha or a Buddhist woman, right, you will see they've got corns on their hair. And Asian people don't have corns. So that's where that one got undone. You're too damn lie. Damn tramp. Always want to be us, but you don't want to respect us, but you want to be us. Why can't you just be your Chinese self? You damn liars. Always want to be the best in you, but you haven't got the spiritual walk or touch. Why? Because it comes from Father, you damn tramp. Always lying. To make that complexion look good. Stealing people's identity, that's all you do. And people don't even know who we are. Why? Because you've stolen our identity. And think Hebrew are just some sand people that was in the desert. Not them. Not them.
President
Iran.
Trump
Not
threatens
being
six with Sophie Raymond.
Iran. Whose name is Elam. His real original, and they are worse than America. Father's got a beating for them. They are worse than America, they are. Elam, who call themselves now Iran. Worse than. And Father is going to, why? Because they're in the middle. That's Shem's property where they are. Shem. You know the complexion where it says, I'm not going to put you in neither hot or put you in neither cold. I'm going to put you in a blended hot and cold. This is why you're brown. Well, it's in the middle there, where everything goes on. The oil, the gold. There, and that's where they are, fathers count as they know. You damn trans, because they're desert sons. Look at their complexion. They're the sons from the desert. They're desert boys. It was put in the desert by father because they tried to kill Isaac. So they're desert sons. And they're going to go back to the desert, watch and see. And this is why all this war's going on, guys. Please believe your son. He's already smashed up Palestine, and that's in Joel 3. And the reason why he did that, because they took the kids off their land. They took their gold, took their silver, turned their sons into harlots and prostitutes, had fun with their little young girls while they're drinking alcohol, and sold them to the Greeks. That's what it says, doesn't it? And then put themselves there. So that means Palestine can't be the children, can it? Because it says, I want you dead. You moved my children. So it can't be them, can it? Because they're all dead now. And because you had sex with these boys, he's making Israel's dogs have sex with you. Go and answer the phone. You took his boys for harlots, Palestine. So now he's got Esau's boys using their doggies to have sex with your sons, isn't it not? Because of what you did to the children. And that's Joel 3. Joel 3 in the Bible. And then underneath it, guys, sadly, it says, right, Gentile nations, you next. Prepare for war. Bring all your strong men. Bring all your mighty men. Read it, man. But yours would just say nations. But it's all Gentile nations. You're next. Prepare for war. This thing is happening in real time, guys. Real time. And Emmanuel, who you call Jesus, he's the one who did that to Palestine. Not them, Lord. Damn tramp. And that is the real dance. They're lying to you, man.
President Trump threatens more strikes on Iran as he declares the ceasefire is over.
And you've got to realise, right, guys, I know it's hard to hear this, right, but you know Donald Trump, he works for father. You know Yahuwah? Donald Trump works for father. Donald Trump works for father. Donald Trump, his mission is to smash America down. Donald Trump works for father. Is that how he does it, guys? Is that how he does it? Because father owns Donald Trump, and father owns you as well. And if he speaks to you and it comes to you, you have to do it. You just find yourself doing it. That's the power of Yahuwah. The power of this Yahuwah. He even knows that you're going to go and get this and knows you need to go and get that because he puts it in you. The amount of stuff that he's made me walk to get. Like that cabinet just there. And it matches as well. And it costs more money than I can afford it. And he directed it to me. Told the guy said, I ain't got nothing here, but go around the back and you might see it in Benson's bed shop. I'm thinking, you're going to let me go around. He said, yeah, go on, go around there. And when I went round there it was. But Yahuwah did that. And that is the power of him. He speaks it. It goes through the wind and then it comes to get you. Because you've got the Ruah inside you, just like me. And what's the Ruah? Opening nostril. That's the Ruah. And he controls that. Because it's inside you. And he put it there. So if he speaks something to come and get you, it's finding you. Bam. That's how it works.
President Trump threatens more strikes on Iran as he declares the ceasefire is over.
And beautiful children, did you hear that? Boom. That's nothing to what Father's bringing. That is absolutely nothing. And you're going to be hearing so much screaming. You're going to run out of breath for screaming. You're going to have no breath left. This thing is going to be dangerous, Dan. I am not joking. Why can't you see it, guys?
Now on BBC One, the news at 6 with Sophie Rayworth.
And prepare yourself.
President Trump threatens more strikes on Iran as he declares the ceasefire is over.
And so we hit him very hard last night. Very, probably hit him hard again tonight. I'll give him a little warning, we're going to hit him hard tonight.
Also tonight, an international manhunt is underway for the 45-year-old man whose wife and 2 children were found dead in their house in Bedford. An amazing victory for British wildcard Arthur Ferry. The 23-year-old is through to the semi-finals in straight sets. He beat the number 9.
No, I'm interested in that. We're interested in this. Beautiful children, we're interested in this. Did you hear him? I'm going to hit them tonight as well. Did you hear him? Right. So, beautiful children. Camping. You need to get food, guys. You need to get food. It's too late for you now anyway. You should have been doing that ages ago. My father stepped this thing up now. He stepped it up because they're attacking now again. There's supposed to be a siege day for 60, which was nonsense. It wasn't going to happen. We were just waiting for this to happen. It's happened now. Guys, you need to get your food, man. You need to get your food. Remember, Ronald McDonald, beautiful children, works for Yahuwah now. You hear me? Just have that in your mindset. He works for Yahuwah now. Donald. He works for Father. Get that in your head. Beautiful children. And you know we won't tell you no lie.
9 seed Flavio Gaboli in a breathtaking match as he makes history on centre court.
That last game, I felt emotions.
Because you know Farmer, right, guys? You know when he does the killing, he doesn't come out himself and kill you. No. He just talks it. He'll just say like, right, Ronald McDonald, go and blow this up. That's how he does it. That's how he kills. He doesn't actually come out himself and do it. He'll get his people to do it. That's how powerful he is. That's why he shouldn't worry about anything. Because he can, as you blink, guys, he can change it. As you blink, and I've been a witness to it. As you blink, you got people coming up to you, millionaires in Bristol, and saying, come here. You're thinking, what? I want to make you something. You're thinking, good. And when he comes back with a lighter, a zip lighter saying, Yahuwah. I'm saying, stop it. Have you got a receipt? He said, here's a receipt. I said, wow. But then when I went to play music in Castle Park the other day, someone stole it. I left it there playing music, and I think I know it was some Asian guy who's so in love with it. And my grinder as well stole it. That's what they do. Because they're little petty boys. Anytime they see something good, put on scheme and stole it. And then after that, I just packed my system up and went home. And that's what happened the other day. You can't have anything nice around these sons. Nothing nice around them at all, because they'll either steal it or they don't know how to care or nurture or look after it. And then if they do get themselves a nice girl and she realises that he's not nice and she wants to leave him, he will kill you. Why? Because he's never had anything nice. He was punching above his weight when he met you in the first place, right? And then now you realise he's an idiot. You can't get rid of him. He'll prefer to kill you, right, than you have any happiness. Because he thinks now he's had you, he owns you. That's just the mindset what the West grows men up. To make them think that women, once I've had you, or just I own women, like women are at my beck and call, and if they don't, then I end up beating them up or killing them, and that's the mindset done. Right, and this tramp can't even run a house on his own. He can't even pay bills consistently on his own, without a woman. Otherwise he'll turn into a cabbage, what he is, a caveman, a tramp he'll turn into. An absolute tramp, wouldn't have to wash himself on his backside. Smelly tramp.
I hadn't
You've got to tell these
before in
boys.
my life, and I think
You've got to tell, because they're your children, miss. You've got to tell them. Because they're walking around in your name. They're your brats, miss. Doesn't matter how old he is. I can't call my mum by your name. You're mad. But you got no oral tradition, you guys. No oral tradition. And no oral compass. You got no respect for your parents, man. You people.
it's the same up there. But yeah, it's unbelievable to share it with those guys. It's a great bunch of guys. I'm so happy.
And an invasion of octopus around the neighbourhood because of warming sea temperatures.
I know.
On BBC London, Airbnb and some London councils share data to find those illegally subletting social homes on rental platforms. It's part of a crackdown on what the government calls social housing fraud.
And that's what you do. You twist truth. Subsidy. What would happen at that? Right? We don't like evil. We don't do evil. We don't tell lies.
Good evening and welcome to the BBC News at 6. President Trump says the United States is likely to hit Iran hard again tonight after attacks on tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking at the NATO summit in Turkey, Donald Trump said the ceasefire was over, and he called the leadership in Tehran sick and stunned. Last night, the US carried out strikes on more than 80 Iranian targets, including the southern port city of Bandar Abbas, after 3 oil tankers were attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran retaliated, hitting a number of US military bases across the region, including in Bahrain and Kuwait. Our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, reports.
This was Bandar Abbas, under attack by the Americans last night. It's the Iranian port that overlooks the Strait of Hormuz. It is a serious escalation, with Iran hitting back with its own attacks on US bases, all driven by the Iranian regime's determination to retain its capacity to choke the global economy by controlling the strait, and by Donald Trump's reluctance to hand Iran a strategic victory after a disastrous war.
I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
President Trump was speaking at the NATO summit in Turkey. He's referring to talks with Iran, which continue, but are, one source said, now very tense. It won't be his last word on the subject. In free-ranging diplomacy, he also has coveted Greenland, ripped into European allies, he gave Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky a major boost, agreeing that the Ukrainians can build Patriot interceptor missiles.
Our initiative moved to our hands.
This is how I pray, guys. I pray like this.
We are trying to
I don't
move
do
this
that.
war
I
to
don't
the
do that.
sky
No, don't do that.
from the battlefield.
that.
That's why we now begin to control
No.
the battlefield.
Let's talk to the natural. They're there.
The US used so many Patriot missiles during the war with Iran that its own stocks are low. President Zelensky has asked repeatedly for US permission to build Ukraine's own under license.
That is a real prayer. That our Father.
Ukraine needs them to intercept Russian ballistic missiles. Kiev was once again under attack last night. It is a big US concession to Ukraine and a move away from Donald Trump's affinity with Russia's President Putin. But President Trump's scattergun diplomacy has not brought the wars in Ukraine and in Iran anywhere close to resolution or even a secure ceasefire. The multi-day funeral for Iran's late Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has crossed the border into Iraq, with tens of thousands of Iraqi supporters of the Tehran regime mourning in Najaf, an Iraqi city holy to Shia Muslims, who are the majority in both countries. The US and Israel killed the Ayatollah on the first day of the war, believing his death would precipitate the fall of the regime. Instead, his funeral has become a symbol of the regime surviving its worst nightmare, a joint attack by the Americans and the Israelis. The Americans have released this Top Gun style video.
So we're doing it. Not like, just stop short because that would be very difficult. It's not impossible difficult, but we're doing it with 12 noon. So only smoke at 12 noon and then 1 on the hour. And then once you get into that routine, then hopefully Father will put the spirit in me and then you're about to say, do you know what? I don't even need to smoke ganja. You said put it on your food, I put it on my food. Not this specifically, but you know, I have something becoming natural. I don't really need this as such really. I think you've reached a different level now. You're actually starting to refuse this. This is what's happening. This is what's happening. The purer you are, the closer it comes to you. I know, I've noticed. And the tablets are alright, because we've got an agreement on that already. Because you can't do that one on your own. You need him to help you with that, because it's engineered. That one goes 10 times power, and when you get to the end of it. That's a wicked Satan trick. Then pharmacy, there's a word, pharmacy tablets. They're wicked. They're designed to be to stay on you forever. For real. And we ain't got time to do 40 days raw, because that's what it takes. 30 it would take. I've done it last time, 30. And we ain't got time for that. And the Father says, don't worry, we've already sorted an agreement. So forget that, concentrate on the smoking. Yeah, this is the one I'd like to do that for you. Start smoking now. I know we've done it all. Treat it like the Guinness, just stop that. On the 17th of November, and we haven't had one since. And that was the day he got him moved in. Well, engineered it. That was the day. So you want to come and tell me that this thing's easy, yeah? Okay. And does God or Lord or Allah tell you things like this? And guide you through it? And even if it's to fall down, like pick you back up and say, try again. But make sure, if you do it 3 times, the 3rd time, you're on your own. Why? Because Grandma taught you that. And where do you think she learned it from? Really? I'm talking about Grandma, we're going to see her next month as well. See, it's all fitting in rightly, bro. And that's the ground. Once you see Grandma, that's the ground. That's the DNA, the foundation set. Trust me, Dan. Except for I have no idea. Just told me that's what we'll do. You're damn right then. You're damn right. He wants to be heard and seen and known and doing it for his children. And if you are the real children, you just leave a camera on and just do what you're doing with Father. It's not there for people to really like to don't even look at it. Every now and then I say hi. I don't care and do what you're doing. It's not about me. It's about trying to get the little children, the infant children, like these adults have left and got these stupid fools to come on these platforms and the children don't want to be like that. No, you don't. No, you don't at all. Because them brown sons are all devil children, sellouts, and they know they are. They understand fully what I'm talking about. I'm talking to their spirit inside. You're a letdown. You're an absolute letdown. And this is why you're in America. This is why they put you in America. Right? Because there's no way they're going to put beautiful, 1 and 2 remnant there, don't get me wrong, because you need to have the remnant there to change you slow. And you've got one good remnant there, well, you've got a few, but one who is really good, and that is that Ron. I've been following him since I've been knee highs, so to speak. But that Ron on TruthEdited.com, and Tim as well. Big up Tim, bro Tim. Them man, they're kings in this team. They're kings. We're only a prince. And we're staying there. We don't know higher than that. We're okay with that. But these men here, they're kings right now. And the emperor, I've seen one, and that's Big Judah. Yeah, Big Judah, I've seen him. And brother Yashalom, he as well can be an emperor. Yeah, he's militant as well. Yeah, there's a few of them in America, but the majority of them are the ones who hanged Jesus. Hanged him, lynched him, yeah, them ones there. We don't want you to be our king, we want King Herod to be our king. That must have hurt him. And he had all them wicked people around him as well. He's just about to die. And he come here to save you children, and you turned on him like that in front of everyone. He was spat in his face, punched him. Oh man, gave him poison to drink, to do. And then now you're saying, oh Jesus, we love you. You're the most biggest hypocrites we know. Right? Don't forget, you spat in his face, Tom. I hate you for that, bro. I really hate you for that. I do. You know what I hate the most though? When he was dead. And that damn soldier come out, he was dead by 2 hours, just hanging, dead, hanging, 2 hours there, still there. And so the soldier come up, saw that he was dead, and what did he do? He pierced this spear, right, in his side, and opened up his side, and all bits come out. And it was already dead, 2 hours, that soldier. That soldier. And these are the things you're not talking about, what you did to him. But all of a sudden you want to love him up now and this, that, what not. But it's a confusing message because you've got Esau telling you not to read him. And not to dance with him. Because if you do, you're going to put him in shit. And if you do read him, then we're going to what? We're going to put you to death. That's what it says. That's what it says. So why are you being hypocritical? Pretending that you're like Emmanuel, who you call Jesus. When the one that's training you tells you to put poo-poo on it, but then you, Christianity, are saying that the rock of your team is Emmanuel, who you call Jesus. But then modern Israel is saying to put poo-poo on him. So it's conflicting messages with Judaism and with Christianity. Because one of them adore Jesus, so they say, and the other, Emmanuel, and the other one hates. And they're both best friends. So what are you doing to people who have real faith? What are you doing to them? People who have real faith and people who don't even understand anything what's going on. They don't even know the root of the beginning, which is 2 nations. 2 sons are in you. That's the beginning. That's where you start from. Right? But you need to quickly go to Genesis 9:15. Do apologize. 9:19. You need to go there and find out who you are first. That's what you do. See where you fit in with it. Right? And there's 3 sons. You need to find out what son you are, and you need to follow it from there. Right? And that's who you are. And you don't need to know about white people. You can't find white people in there, so that's not you, is it? So you need to find out who you are and where you fit in into this spiritual game. Right? One more time. Genesis chapter 9, verse 19. 19 minutes past 9. Go and have a look. Japheth, your Japheth children. I'm Shem. And next door, Albany, Africa, is Ham. Because Father said I put them where the heat is, so they're dark. I put you where the cold is, so you're that complexion. Because he knew about your forefathers. And then he put us, his children, in the middle. Not hot, not cold, a blended of both. This is why you get this complexion. And the rest of them sons there, with that pale complexion, they are desert children. Look at their complexion properly. It matches the desert. It matches the sand. The sand children, guys. Come on. And you ain't no sand child. You could be an emperor and an empress yourself. If you do it the right way, it's open to everybody. Remember, you guys, Romans, chapter 11, verse 11, says you can come in. Romans, he had to borrow you to make his children jealous. He didn't use modern Israel. He didn't use Satan children to make his children jealous. He used you. So even though he says all sorts of things about you, Jubilees, chapter 23, and Jubilees, chapter 30, verse 7, but still, he asked you to come in and make his children jealous. So be careful of Father, you know, because not everything with Father is as it seems. Please believe me. So, you know, those who you think Father don't like, you have no idea what relationship he really has with Gentiles. Because when he first came down, they didn't want nothing to do with him. But now they see something different in quite a few of them. You damn tramp. That's why they've been able to come in. Because before they couldn't come in now. The man said, yo, I ain't giving this to you, woman. I wouldn't even give this to anyone else but the dogs that you are. Really cursed her. She said, I know, but da. So look, it wasn't for you. But since he's been down here and he sees the way you're going on, obviously they like it. Because now they've invited you in and they've even put it in the book. So no one can't say anything. Where? Romans 11:11 and their angel numbers as well. 1-1. So don't let no one tell you that, right? Let the book tell you what's going on. The scripture. Let that tell you what's going on. Not these fools. Because all they want you to do is go to their object, which is Satan. And then you believe that nonsense, and you'll get caught in that nonsense. There's no love in that nonsense. There's nothing in it. They can't even pull anything out of the sky and show you anything, man. They're not the children, man. You owe yourself more justice than these fools. Right? Because life is beautiful now. Not round these, it ain't. At all.
On the first day of the war, believing
not at all.
His death would precipitate the fall of the regime. Instead, his funeral has become a symbol of the regime surviving its worst nightmare, a joint attack by the Americans and the Israelis. The Americans have released this Top Gun-style video of their navy in the Arabian Sea. The president says they will probably hit Iran again tonight. But America has come up against the limits of its military power. It has not broken the will of the regime in Tehran. And it's hard to see how more strikes can do that where all the others did not.
Well, Jeremy is with me now. Quite simply, what is President Trump up to?
Well, it's been a classic day of Donald Trumpian diplomacy. Last couple of days, ripping into his allies. Coming up with quite a surprise, this permission for the Ukrainians to build their own Patriot missiles, something they've been asking for ages. And of course, a big oscillation from the time that he condemned them, essentially condemned Zelensky as a dictator who had no cards. Clearly he likes a winner. He feels now that maybe the Ukrainians are doing a lot better. As for the Iran issue, he's actually, in remarks before he headed for the airport, has pulled back a little bit, saying, when asked, is the war on again, basically saying that no, it was not on again, and saying that, well, they hit us, we hit them, but we hit back harder because we've got better equipment. So in other words, what, back to business as usual? The fact is, when it comes to these negotiations, President Trump doesn't have a better option. This is, I'm trying to say it again.
I'm spiritual. I have no idea what spiritual is myself. I have no idea. So when people say, oh, I'm spiritual, you need to tell me what it is, because I myself have no idea what spiritual is. I know when spirits come into you and then you have to keep quiet and do, doesn't mean you're spiritual, does it? You damn shrimp. And most of your spirits that go in you, it suppresses you. And then it comes in and does all its nonsense, all bending up, and Satan's showing off. That's him showing off, it's his platform. So he comes into you and does all that nonsense and all that, and then You think, and that's him, and this is what you're going to get when the 7 years come. Well, it's 3.5 really. And it's going to be all that nonsense and all the drinking blood. You know, women opening their legs and blood coming out, she's catching it and drinking it, and then he's giving her a house. Yeah, I mean, and this one is burning a child, and then he gives you a car. That's the dance you're entering very soon, right? Don't forget. Father says, children, please come this way. Why it's longer? I know it's longer, children, but Palestine are warring, right? And I don't want you to see it. There's the punchline. I don't want you to see it because it will scare you and you'll end up going back to Egypt. So no, children, come this way. I know it's longer because I don't want you to see that. So if he doesn't want us to see Palestine warring, I mean, when all this nonsense is coming, do you think he wants us to see it? Do you? What do you think the woods is for? What do you think he's got the woods for? No man's got his plan already planned out, you know, right? And you're thinking that we're going up to heaven. Who told you about heaven? You damn tramp. Who sold you that fairy tale about heaven? You damn tramp. Egypt. What do you think we're just going to go up to heaven and pollute it? You damn tramp. Huh? You think it's so easy? He thinks it's instant. You know the instant. Just stop it. Oh, God's sake. You need to know life and humans are like a seed. When you plant it, right, it doesn't just spring up and say, here I am, you damn crocodile spring. You have to plant it. You have to wait. You have to hope the weather is nice. Then you have to water it, right? And then you've got to give it the touch, right? And then you've got to talk to it. And then it starts to reap. What do you think this is? Instant. And that is your problem. That's why you can't grow or reap anything. So what do? You steal someone else's. This is what you do. You steal some. You don't even know how hard they work for this, how much care and position they put into this. But you see this, you just come and take it like the thief you are. And as you can see, people are just handing up your teeth in them because they can't prosper when they're around you. They cannot prosper when they're around you. There's always something with you and your damn sons. Right? You must think that we are these women that just cater and pick up their nonsense. They can't wash, they can't clean, so you got to pick up their socks. You got to pick up this, you got to do that. No, man. No. I seen that one. Her son the other day getting a bit of food. Oh my days, you should have seen it. It was embarrassing. The mum's collecting the food at the door, and he's hovering right at the back, like we want to rip off. Oh, calm down. You got to cook it first, Dick or Jeremy. And that's your sons. And why do you think you're suffering with a son like that? Huh? When the whole world is about sons. Again, let's go to Genesis, right? 3:19. Do apologize. Genesis 9:19. There she is. And you will see 3 sons. 3 sons, you stupid idiots. 3 sons. 3 sons is the world. 3 sons. Go and learn something before you get killed, guys. Go and learn who you are. Your arrogance. Yeah. Why don't you just drink alcohol and just forget everything? And just watch it blow up while you're drunk or while you're on drugs and just let everything go by. Let kids get murdered and raped. Let them put laws in and say we don't protect kids. Just carry on drinking and smoking. You damn crocodile spring. You're a joke, Rasta.
Don't try to test. You know the time, don't check on your mess. Don't you ever test. You know the time, don't check on the rest. Is it? I can do it better, 'cause I'm the toughest. Anything that you can do, I can do it better. I'm the toughest. Yes, I'm the roughest. I can do what you came to do, and you never tried to do what I do, 'cause I'm the roughest. Oh, yes, the toughest. Oh gosh, I can fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee, swim over the ocean, climb the highest tree, and you never master your thing like me, 'cause I'm the toughest. Oh gosh, I am the toughest. I will do things that you can patronize of me, 'cause I was born intellectually. I didn't ever go to no university, but I'm the toughest. Oh gosh, I am the roughest. I am the toughest. I am the roughest.
your platform there.
There's anything that you can do.
Welcome to People's Transmission. I must be converted to that hip-hop nonsense. I know they're talking about his women. Sorry, Grandma. I've been speaking home. Well done, guys. Well done. Just trying to get you on the humanity. Well done, guys. And then he paid you. Yeah.
Line up a class and teach students. Even if they don't wanna pay the rent, 'cause I'm the teacher. Yes, I'm the teacher. So anything that you can do, because I'm the roughest. I am the toughest. I am the roughest. You better understand. You've got to understand. I can do things 'cause I am a natural man. I don't want to talk to a musician, 'cause I was born as a random star. I'm the master. I'm the master. So anything that you can do, I can do it better. I am the toughest. Yes, I'm the toughest. Yes, I can do what you cannot do. If you never try to do what I do, 'cause I'm the roughest. The toughest. Oh gosh, I am the roughest. I am the master. I am the master. So if you come on music for a musician, you better jam one side and wear it for your hand. And salute this so you come on the run, don't stop. I am the master.
This one here, what is so nice. I love it. I love it. Oh, I love it though. You never have something so true when you know who you are. And you've got a connection with Father. You're just like an excited child, man. The words can't express it, man. It's beautiful. And then he doesn't want you to have this. He wants you to have misery and that, and shot that for what? Instant. You're mad. And then behind instant is them sons. Yeah, I mean that. All your white sons who are Sir or who is Lord. And he's a servant Lord because he brings you all the vulnerable people so he can have fun with and abuse them. And your sons are famous for doing that. And this is why Father makes sure that their suicide rate is higher than their birth rate. And this is how he does it, guys. This is how he gets them. This is how he gets them. Because they are wicked. You don't even know what they've been doing. But he soon release them and show you everything before he hurts them. Because he's very merciful. He doesn't want anyone to be saying, Father, why did you do that to my mum? And he will show you first. Because he's so merciful. Yes, he doesn't want to do these things. But these people are wicked. And they take kindness for weakness. So he's going to have to show them how detrimental he really is. And he kills for fun. Didn't tell you that. I'm telling you, he kills for fun. And he creates for fun. He does it all. There's nothing he can't do. You're down Crocker Spring. Right? And he could have been your father. He would have been a husband to you. Don't you keep seeing he cried for everyone to be his children? So he can be a husband to them. And I've never heard a man say that. You know what I first read it? I said, I dropped the Bible. And he said, pick it up. And I did. He said, don't treat it like that. I said, I've never heard a rude man, a gangster man, a savior, a sovereign say, I was a husband to you. I dropped the book. You could believe it. He said, this is the kind of talk I want from my children and from the whole world. What did I say to you? He said, you was a husband to me. And I used my eagle wings. I started crying. I said, stop it. The man said I used my eagle feather wings, to come and protect and get you. Stop it. Now, it is much better. Sorry, Grandma. It is much better than knick-knack, gollywog, black bastard. Sorry, Grandma. But these are the bywords, what they use upon us. And we've done nothing to them, just that Father chose us to be his children. But also, when we were in detention, we still make good money, right? Go and ask Edward Colston how much money we make, right? When we were in captivity, go and ask Cabot Circus. They beat up Cabot Circus. If it wasn't for who? The brown boy and the brown girl in the ring. Tra-la-la-la-la. Don't forget it. The sugar in the plum-plum, right? Now, Father is come back for his brown boy and brown girl in the ring. Why? Because he wants the sugar plum now. Just stop it, alright, Satan? I'm just saying, Dan. You're down Crocker Spring. Rasta. good. I hope everyone's trying to love each other, and I hope everyone's trying to connect to this inside. And I hope you've got your 10 tin stuff, because them boys still a fight. For the people, them still fighting.
Under that, there he is. There's his plane, ready to take him off to his next engagements. The fact is that for all their military power, the Americans have not been able to make the Iranian regime in Tehran budge from their red lines, their fundamental points, and that starts with control of the Strait of Hormuz and their desire to retain the capacity, as they've already demonstrated, to throttle the global economy if they need to.
Jeremy Bernard, international editor, thank you. Police are searching for a man who is believed to have killed his wife and two daughters who were 15 and 5 at their home in Bed.
Every day you just heard us about men murdering their wives and children, right? And it's just so subtle that you hear it and you're just like, oh yeah, another one, because you're hearing it so much. And it's not, oh yeah, another one, it's what is going on. And all you do is just brief reminder, brief reminder, brief reminder. No solution, nothing, just brief reminder. Just brief reminder. Satan, just let you know what I'm doing. This is my word. And that's what it's showing you. There's no one arguing against it, fighting back against it, nothing done. It's just a joke, Ruska. Absolutely.
It's thought 45-year-old Mark Schumer flew out of the UK from Heathrow Airport on Saturday. An international...
After he killed him, he did it after he killed him, and then he just flew out. So he implanted in the combative years.
He's actually, in remarks before he headed for the airport, has pulled back a little bit, saying, when asked, is the war on again, and basically saying that no, it was not on again, and saying that, well, they hit us, we hit them, but we hit back harder because we've got better equipment. So in other words, what, back to business as usual? The fact is, when it comes to these negotiations, President Trump doesn't have a better option. Because as I try to say at the end of that, there he is, there's his plane ready to take him off to his next engagements. The fact is that for all their military power, the Americans have not been able to make the Iranian regime in Tehran budge from their red lines, their fundamental points, and that starts with control of the Strait of Hormuz and their desire to retain the capacity, as they've already demonstrated, to throttle the global economy if they need to.
Jeremy Bernard, international editor, thank you.
And there's no need for it, but these two sons.
Police are searching for a man who is believed to have killed his wife and two daughters who were 15 and 5 at their home in Bedford. It's thought 45-year-old Mark Schumer flew out of the UK from Heathrow Airport on Saturday. An international manhunt is now underway. Joe Black reports.
Also children from a cave, because they can't do the basic.
Zandile Schumer has been described as gracious, and in tribute to their schools, her daughter's 15-year-old Natalie was said to be fun and a talented dancer. 5-year-old Nala, a little ray of sunshine, known for her bubbly and inquisitive nature. And this is a CCTV image of Mark Schumer, their father and Zandile's husband. He is the man wanted in connection with their deaths at a house in Great Denham and is believed to have left the country from Heathrow. He is a British citizen and believed to be in Zimbabwe. Today, the detective leading this investigation addressed the 45-year-old, asking him to turn himself in.
Mark, I am now speaking to you directly. Unthinkable harm has been caused to those around you. Three innocent people have lost their lives in the worst possible circumstances, leaving your relatives and friends devastated. We will find you. So please, do the right thing, come forward and hand yourself in to local authorities.
It was on Monday that the alarm was raised after concerns that the mother and her two children had not been seen for days. Police forced entry into this property, and that's when they discovered the 3 bodies. All day, people have visited the house to lay flowers and pay tributes. Many have been in tears.
Oh, they were a lovely family.
And that's where the energy is, guys.
They're associated with everyone else. You don't expect things like this to happen.
Police say they are committing all necessary resources to finding Mark Schumer and say criminal investigations know no borders. Joe Black, BBC News in Bedfordshire.
To Wimbledon now, and extraordinary scenes as the wild-card British player Arthur Ferry thrashed the number 9 seed Flavio Goboli in straight sets on centre court for a place in the semi-finals on Friday. The 23-year-old who grew up in Wimbledon is only the second wildcard player in history and the first Brit to reach the semis in the tournament. Katie Gorman reports.
For years, Arthur Ferry could walk through Wimbledon unnoticed. Now he's the one they've all come to see. Well, nearly everyone.
Who is Arthur Ferry? The British star, presumably, right?
Yes, the British guy into the quarterfinals.
Oh, well, I wish him the best of luck.
To get to the last 8 with the calibre of players, it's incredible, really, isn't it?
To see that he's like the underdog and we're like rooting for him. So yeah, really excited to watch him.
His little face when he won.
Yeah, it's so exciting. Do you think he can do it? 100%.
Yeah.
As the temperature climbed, so too did expectations.
A week ago, few fans would have expected to be sitting here watching Arthur Ferry in a quarter-final. Now he's got British hopes on his shoulders.
He was up against the Italian 9th seed Flavio Goboli, one of the game's rising stars, but what Ferry lacks in status makes up for with speed, skill, grit. The wild card made the perfect start. In the biggest match of his life, Ferry looked fearless. In a flash, he was 2 sets up. The crowd and his family were loving it, while Goboli was struggling for answers. And if that was impressive, well, how about this? As incredibly Ferry raised his level, Goboli could only watch. In the third set, he reeled off 5 games in a row. Ferry was cruising, a dream that was supposed to end days ago took another thrilling twist. Was it really happening, they said, and of course he sealed it with an ace.
And there's no birthright with you at all, not at all. Birthright's gone.
Yeah, it just seems to be.
You can't see what's going on, you can't see where the energy's
every match. And no, I just can't believe it. It's incredible playing on centre court for the second time, second win. Yeah, just can't believe it.
From a wild card few saw coming to a Wimbledon semi-finals, no one forgets.
Sponsor, compete,
Fairy tale, as
pretty
people are
things
calling
here.
it. Katie, what
Nothing else about the
extraordinary
body
match,
and
extraordinary moment
health
for that
and
British young man.
joining up together. They don't know how to do it.
Absolutely remarkable, Sophie. Yes, Arthur Ferry has given everyone here at Wimbledon a day we'll never forget. No British wildcard had ever made it through to the quarter-final, let alone a semi-final. It has been one of the sports stories of the summer. And when you consider at the start of the year, he was just playing in front of a handful of people on the Challenger Tour and had to retire injured. Now he has centre court in the palm of his hand. And I think the manner of this victory is what is particularly impressive. Up until this point, he's had to really fight and battle. He'd come through 2 5-set epics to reach this quarter-final, but he absolutely crushed Flavio Goboli aside. A player ranked 10th in the world who was in the French Open final just last month, had no answer for Arthur Ferry's speed, his athleticism, his accuracy. It was an absolute joy to behold. He hit another gear entirely. And I think what makes this extra special as well, Sophie, is that Ferry grew up just a few miles from Wimbledon. This isn't just a tournament for him, it's home. Now he'll play in the semi-final, his first Grand Slam semi-final. It's the tournament's first for Ferry. He's up against Alexander Zverev, the French Open winner in Friday's semi-finals. He'll win £900,000 in prize money just for reaching that semi-final. More than he's ever earned. And who knows if this thrilling story
on debt money, you're trillions in debt.
How can he go? Katie, thank you. The time is coming up to 6:15, our main story this evening. President Trump threatens more strikes on Iran tonight as he declares the ceasefire is over. Coming up, we'll speak to the film director Christopher Nolan and some of Hollywood's biggest stars about their upcoming film epic, The Odyssey.
And on BBC London, a neo-Nazi from Essex who was plotting a gun attack has been jailed for 13.5 years after being caught in an MI5 sting. And a warning to parents from the Port of London Authority about the dangers of open water swimming.
Amber, yellow heat health alerts are in place across England as the UK braces for one of the longest lasting heat waves since 1976.
Yeah, it's kind of hot.
Temperatures may possibly rise as high as 36 Celsius for parts of Scotland this week. However, readings will range widely across the country from the mid-20s in the north of England to the mid-30s further south. The Midlands, Eastern and Southern England are under amber heat health alerts by the UK Health Security Agency until the weekend. Our seas are getting warmer too. The Met Office says an exceptionally strong marine heat wave has formed in the seas around parts of England and Wales, and it could reach extreme levels of 5 degrees this week. The increased heat can trigger mass die-offs among some species like shellfish, but it can also encourage greater numbers of water creatures like octopus. Just a very reports.
Brixham in Devon is England's biggest fishing port, and sales of one normally very rare species are booming.
It's a bit hot.
Meet one of the UK's new residents of Mediterranean octopus. Scientists say they are now
I know, I've just put a fish on.
something
We're going to have
rarely
to
seen
have some cheese
before.
with it.
Unlikely reason, our warmer seas. Brixham Market sold 103 tonnes of octopus, £500 million worth in a single day a few weeks back.
Here the prices are low, so there is an opportunity here right now.
There are so many octopus, buyers are flying in from Europe.
I know, I
We
was
are planning
speaking
big
to the Indian
volumes,
guy,
big
right?
volumes.
And that's what he said to me. He said, in his country, you know, when it's hot, he said, the good thing in his country, in India, you have a breeze with it as well. So it's not like aggressive heat, he said. He said, yes, it's hot tea, but there's a breeze with it as well. I said, I was asking him today, I said, you can't take heat? He said, no. I said, where in your country? And then he told me. I said, I didn't know that. Because I hadn't even been on a boat before, on that plane. Yeah, they want to just keep you segregated. They want you to turn into their nonsense. And Mary said, no, we'll wait our turn. We'll wait our turn. We've only been scattered, remember? Not just one change, we've been scattered. We're still supposed to tell people about Father. You didn't take my Bible, did you? No, because he brought it back for me. You didn't take mine, he's got his name on it, Yahuwah's Word. He brought my Bible for me, didn't he? That's what it says, Yahuwah's Word, on the front of it. He's lying. Come here. What does it say on the front of it? What does it say? It says Yahuwah's Word. That's what it says, you damn tramp. He put his name on his book and told me to. I'm gonna pick it up. I got two, I had to go get another one. I couldn't believe it. I got two, there's another one over there. I got two, I bought two of them, I couldn't believe it. And the man charged me double for the other one. I said, don't care here. Wicked people. Don't want you to know who you are, so they charge you ridiculous money. Ridiculous money, guys. Ridiculous. Ridiculous money they charge you. Ridiculous. Just for you to know who you are. Because they don't want us to know who we are. Because once we know who we are, it's finished. And it's finished now anyway. That's why we're knowing who we are. Because it says, for Esau is the end of this age. That's why we're getting all this stuff. Because he's the one who can do it, not us. He just tells us what to say. But he's the one who's smashing you and getting Donald to make sure that you go on hunger strike. You stay there. Don't forget, you know, we're still in the season of what? The 7 seals. We're still in there. Right? And that horse hasn't come yet to take away peace from the earth. That one's... and it's the prophecy we're living. And the bell rings. And it's the prophecy we are living. We're not living that's your distraction. But behind the is the prophecy. And that is the world. The book is the world. That's why they tell you not to read the book. I will kill you, it says. I mean, why would somebody want to kill you if you read a book? And then when you do get to read it, they say, don't read the beginning of it, read it at the end. I mean, they just boss you around, they do. Even telling you how to read a book, literally. And then you just follow it like idiots. You mean to tell me, say you got a book on you and you got a curse on you that says you can't read it from the beginning? You must be that stupid, man. They're not there. You got the book there. But because they said if you read that bit, what did they say to you? If you read the first bit of it, they'll kill you as well. Well, they said it to you about the Torah, and that is the Torah, the Bible. So I don't even know what you're doing reading the Bible, unless you're reading their Bible, really. The one that they created. And I got it here, because when I went to buy it, they give me this one. I got their one here. And it cost me £50 as well. The bleeding rubbish. As soon as I saw it was there, I just shut it down. I said, no, don't try it now. Damn tramp. What do I want from Judeans for, man? You know what I mean, Dan? It says up there they're going to die. That's what it says there. Malachi 1, chapter 2. Esau I have hated. I have laid waste his hill country, and that means where you live, hill country, and left it for his inheritance to jackals of the desert. And it doesn't tell lies.
Don't cut it. Don't let the Eden lead you astray. I said, show the world how to treasure. I said, grow your locks to the ground. Give thanks unto Jah every time. Remember, you must pray to for right. And remember, say when I bow, when I go, and stay on a slow. Time it, the minutes are in, go when I bow, when I go, and stay on a slow. Time it, the minutes are in, go. The first time, me no say Rastafari lit it, and when me take a little bit, I know verse chapter 6. Read Revelation, I was astonished when we back at the beast that are 666. Grow your lungs. You know that I'm a dreamer. Your daddy say you shouldn't play with me. But it's so nice. Grow your lungs. Grow it freely. It's a food job. He don't want you dealing with me. Don't listen there. Don't listen. Some people spread propaganda about not here is a sin, but me challenge anyone. I may know them can't win, cause any day them show the Bible where it say man for me give them scissors and a comb and make them cut off everything. Grow your lungs. This a dream you make your soul black. I'm a note, take no right wrong. I want you all to know that. What is wrong? What is wrong? Such a thing. It's a Babylon system leading us astray. Don't let the people critical side of the Babylon people you got it on yourself. Just give thanks and praise to the website to Rastafari to Rastafari every time. Grow your love. I say talk it loud and be proud. Don't cut it. Don't let the Eden lead you astray. I say show the world how to treasure. I say grow your locks to the ground. Give thanks unto Jah every time. Remember you must pray to for right. And remember, say when I bow, when I go, and stay on a slow. Time it, the minutes are in, go when I bow, when I go, and stay on a slow. Time it, the minutes are in, go. The first time me no say Rastafari lit it, and when me take a little bit, I know verse chapter 6. Read Revelation, I was astonished when know the back of the beast that are 666. Oh, you know. You know that I'm a dreamer. Your daddy say you
choice before you. Which one will be your choice? I really wanna know. Men know this one at the time, them say that we are madman. Without the present, going here now. Nowadays out of it, at least 3 man. They get them men up on the back, them have a scratch. We know the black men guy no stop the bad, but you can't use with them fat. But you want to fly, I and I is the example from the most side. You know, see, say we are no man, Rastafari, so.
This was a bit difficult, I tell you that. Okay. I'm ready to chill out now. I'm ready. Okay. Last tune. Last tune. I've got one for now, and then one for tonight, and then one for after an hour, and then that's it. Doing well enough. You done right? Doing it for you, Bob. Let's do what we've done. Right, put you there. Right, last tune. Never forgot. Yeah, you got a very nice voice. That's the truth, man. Your voice is so nice.
Lobster, crab and scallops have crashed. So why are so many here? Scientists from Plymouth Marine Laboratory are lowering high-tech sensing equipment into the water.
We've had octopus blooms before, and they've typically occurred infrequently, but when there's been warmer waters. So we know in that sense it's not unusual. But what we're having now is, because of these marine heat waves being more frequent and lasting longer, the sheer abundance of octopus is enormous.
Marine heat waves certainly are becoming more frequent. For the past 18 months, there has always been a marine heat wave somewhere in UK waters, the Met Office says. The hotspots shifting, but the unusual warmth.
Here I can tell us all at the same time. This is something I need to sit down.
Yes.
Yeah, you might. I've had so much anxiety about this all week. I've literally been wetting my bed over it. I did not, and then this to happen.
The night of March 19th, 2023, this quiet apartment building near the picturesque beaches of Florida becomes the scene of a nightmare.
Hey, have you heard anything? Gunshots, screaming?
She is advising that he was on the ground bleeding behind that building.
A 24-year-old father has been shot in the back of the head, and his 4-year-old daughter was inside the apartment watching it all happen.
I didn't want her to be put in a situation because I could see that this is where his life was going.
He was coming back from the grocery store, and he was killed right on his doorstep. It looks like a robbery, but his family reports that he lived a dangerous lifestyle, as it finally caught up with him, with his kid caught in the crossfire. Or is there something even more twisted going on?
I'll just take her. You'll never see her again. You know I'm...
Don't try it. Nah, lonely. Gotta be nice
4 days before Christmas, on a busy Saturday afternoon, a supermarket in the North Yorkshire town of Skipton was exactly as you would expect it to be, full of ordinary people doing their last-minute festive shopping, baskets loaded, children in tow. Among the staff working that afternoon was a 30-year-old woman named Jodie Wilshire. She was a wife and a mother, well known in the town, and she had every reason to expect that this shift, like any other, would end with her going home to her family and the Christmas she had been looking forward to. What none of those shoppers knew was that a man had walked into the store with a single, settled purpose.
Because, yo, brother, is me seeding out and the trusty serpent heading out, right? We had a children, so we need to go right with this. I don't want to crush in my head, you damn crocus spray. Weird, sir. You get vexed, right? You get vexed, can't crush me. Because we're crushing you, don't try. You're a woman to go and crush you.
A moment, but a plan. Yet this is also a story about the opposite of what he brought into that supermarket. Because when the worst unfolded in front of them, ordinary strangers, people who had come in for a pint of milk and some wrapping paper, did not turn away. They ran towards the danger. So we are going to follow this case as it actually unfolded. How a grievance took hold, how it hardened into a plan over 2 weeks, what happened on that December afternoon, and the courage and the questions it left behind. If you value these stories being told carefully and with respect, you're welcome to stay with the channel. It helps us keep telling them the right way. Tonight, we are looking at the case of Jodie Wilshire.
Apparently, they completely sold out on Black Friday, but then panicked with the holiday
holiday season coming, so they doubled their production and made way too many knives. Now their warehouse is overflowing, and they need to get rid of inventory fast, so they're running this insane deal. But once their stock gets back to normal, this deal is over. And trust me, Mazzato isn't just for a show. It performs like a dream. Perfect balance, razor-sharp, high-carbon steel, ergonomic handle, and the best part, it can handle all the kitchen tasks on its own. Unlike those overpriced knife sets that cost a fortune and bulk up your kitchen for no fucking reason. That's when it hit me. Everyone was buying these clumsy knife sets.
Before that December afternoon, Jodie Wilshire was simply part of the fabric of an ordinary Yorkshire town. She was 30 years old and lived in and around Skipton, a market town on the edge of the Yorkshire Dales. The kind of close community where families are known and faces are familiar. Her own family were well known there, and Jodie was woven into the everyday life of the place, not a public figure. Just a local woman getting on with the business of raising a family and going to work. At the centre of Jodie's life were the two people she loved most, her husband, Malcolm, and their young daughter, Megan, who was 4 years old. By every account, Jodie was a devoted mother, and the bond between her and Megan was something her family would later describe in the most powerful terms, an unbreakable bond between mother and child. That phrase, spoken after everything had happened, captures what Jodie was at her core, a mum whose world revolved around her little girl. Like so many working parents, Jodie balanced family life with a job. She worked at the Aldi supermarket in Skipton, an ordinary, dependable role in the heart of the community she came from. It was the sort of work that put her in contact with local people every day, part of the steady rhythm of a small town going about its week. That December, Jodie's thoughts, like those of most parents, were on Christmas. There were presents waiting to be opened, and the family had something special planned. A trip to Disneyland on Boxing Day, the kind of once-in-a-childhood treat that a 4-year-old dreams about and a mother looks forward to just as much. Jodie was, in other words, a woman in the middle of a happy, ordinary life, looking ahead to a holiday with the people she loved. It matters to hold on to this picture, because what happened to Jodie was so senseless that it can be easy to lose sight of the person at its centre. She was not caught up in anything dangerous. She had made no enemies of her own. She was a wife, a mother, and a local woman, 4 days from Christmas, with a Disneyland trip booked and a little girl waiting at home. To understand how that life was taken from her, we have to turn to a man who had no real quarrel with Jodie at all, and to the grievance he chose to place at her door. The man who came to the supermarket that afternoon was Neville Horde, a 44-year-old plumber. And the first thing to understand about this case, the thing that makes it so difficult to comprehend, is the nature of his connection to Jodie. He was not a former boyfriend of hers. He was not someone she had rejected or wronged or been involved with at all. Neville Horde was her mother's ex-partner. Horde had been in a relationship with Jodie's mother, Nicole Dinsdale, for a period of several months. On the surface, that might have made him simply a figure on the edge of the family, the man Jodie's mum had been seeing. But the relationship between Horde and Nicole was not a healthy one. Nicole would later describe it as controlling, and she recounted how Horde had tried to distance her from her own daughter. Even while he was with Jodie's mother, then, Horde's instinct was towards control and isolation. Working to drive a wedge between mother and daughter, that relationship came to an end in September, when Nicole broke up with him. And it is here that the twisted logic at the heart of this case takes hold. Rather than accept that the relationship was over, or direct his feelings towards the woman who had actually ended it, Horde fixed his blame on Jodie. In his mind, it was Jodie who was responsible for the breakup, Jodie who had. As he saw it come between him and her mother, she became the target of a grievance that had nothing to do with anything she had done. This is what makes Horde's fixation so chilling, and so important to understand. His anger was entirely displaced. Jodie had not been in a relationship with him that soured. She had simply been a daughter close to her mother, in a family that a controlling man had failed to dominate. For that, he decided she was to blame. The rage that belonged to a failed relationship with one woman was redirected wholesale onto another, onto the daughter, and Horde did not keep that rage to himself.
How are
As
we
his
in here? Is
fixation
everyone nice in here?
hardened,
Everyone's
he
nice.
began to
Guess
voice
what?
it
You
in
know
the
what?
most alarming way possible.
Put up.
He made
I've got one of them heat things. What do they call it? The heat thing. No, the heat. And you put the food in and you can do it with the heat. What's it called? The heat. The heat dryer. I don't know what it's called, but you can put your food in and the heat. You just do the heat and it works. It broke. The heat dryer. It broke. Vexed. So I need to buy one. And guess what's broke as well? My kettle as well. Please.
Threats to kill
When it
Jody.
rains, it pours,
These
innit?
were not,
Dick like
as later
shadow.
events would
Damn.
prove, empty words
So
spoken
Friday,
in temper.
yeah, winning.
They were
I get a
the
bit money in
early
it.
audible signs of an intention that was
Do
already
the household
forming.
stuff. The stuff that sons
intention
don't
did not
do.
exist in a vacuum.
This is all leave it to
And
the
it did
missus.
not go entirely
You leave it to the
unnoticed by
missus.
the
Give her a
authorities,
break,
because
mate. That's what I said to her. I
before
said,
that
give
December
her a
afternoon,
break.
Neville
What in motion?
Horde was already
That
a
was a
man
chocolate.
known to the police.
This
and
is
already,
here.
in a very real
I'll get
sense,
some.
a warning that had been
Quality
placed
Street.
on the record.
Quality Street. Yeah,
By
but
the time
weird.
of that
It's
December
a
afternoon,
cheapskate. Go
Neville
on
Horde
Sainsbury's
was
and go
not
and
an
get
unknown
some
quantity
Thornton's
who had appeared
chocolate.
from nowhere.
Right?
He was already a man on
Who
the
knows?
authorities'
You might be on a
radar, and the
promise.
circumstances
Who
in which he
knows?
was known
You're
should have marked him
cheapskate.
out as dangerous.
They come with
In late November,
Quality
less than a
Street.
month
This is all
before
right.
the events at the supermarket,
What about roses?
Horde
No!
attacked Jodie's
About
mother,
roses.
Little Dinsdale.
true.
This was a serious assault,
Thornton's.
one that
Yeah,
resulted in a
true.
criminal charge, and crucially,
You
at the time he
keep
came for
skip
Jodie,
this,
Horde was on
right?
bail for that very attack.
I've no
In
idea.
other words, the justice system already had an active case against him for
Quantity,
violence against
right.
a woman in this same family.
That's true.
He was
Do
not
you
a
know what
stranger to them.
quantity?
Maybe
Can I
it's
give you
time to try
plenty of
something new. Check out
cheap
this
chocolate?
platform
Chew
for
on.
meaningful chats.
Not
Connect
quantity.
with
That's what I told
interesting
him, miss.
people
In
and
Vex.
start
You
online
always bleed
conversations
Vex.
that matter.
Yeah, I'm
To
trying.
the police. He was a
I'm
man
trying to see how
already
to get
being
in
dealt
good
with
books
for
and he's
assaulting
bleeding
Jodie's
Vex.
mother.
Is it too
Set
much work? I know
alongside
it's too
that
much
was
work.
the other
What about
warning, the
orgasm? This is no, I
threats.
do it like that.
Horde
Not
made
you.
threats to kill
Oh,
Jodie,
put
threatening
you in
her
it. I'm
for the
talking about
breakdown
her.
of his
Yeah,
relationship
true.
with
What's our
Nicola.
orgasm?
So
Him.
the picture that
Yeah,
existed
it's women
in
don't
the
have
weeks
orgasm,
before
and this is
was
what
of a
most
man
sons
who
will
had
tell
already
you.
been violent
That
towards
women
one
don't have
member of the
orgasms
family.
because he doesn't
He was
spend
on
long,
bail
does he?
because of it.
But it's
And
an
he was
instant.
voicing
Just
threats
stop
to
it
kill
once
another
even.
member of that same
Right?
family.
Instant. And don't
The
forget to know,
elements
you know your sons, you know the sirs and the lords, yeah? I mean, when it comes to sex, they know, right? But what do they know? Because you only understand what you're shown. So who showed you how to make love? Who showed you how to have sex? The only thing you know, you little batty fears, is when you go on your telephone. That's the only thing you know, because nobody would waste her time or his time to show you the touch of how to make love. You damn crocus spring.
Brave and specific
And you only
danger
understand
were
what you're
on
shown.
the
So you
record
don't
already
understand it because
present.
you haven't
It
been
is
shown.
important to be
Right?
careful
And
and
watching it
fair
off a
here,
porn,
because
of a
hindsight
porn
can make
site,
everything look
you're a
simpler
monster
than it
because
was at the
those
time.
are
The full extent
demonic
of
sexual
Horde's private
slaves,
planning,
you damn
the
tramp. And then
arsenal
once
he
you
was
watch that,
quietly
their spirits go
assembling,
in you.
the
And then before
tracking
you know it,
device, the research
you act
was
like
hidden.
them.
And no one around
And then when you go out on the
Jodie could have
street,
seen the totality of
you
what
see
he
that
was
woman,
preparing.
you think she's the
But
same
the
woman that you
threats
want
of
to
Bail's actors
No,
were
she
not
isn't.
They
You
were
damn
known.
crocus
A
spring.
man with a demonstrated
I've
capacity
no
for
idea.
violence against this family, out on bail,
I've no idea,
was
miss.
making threats against Jodie's life.
No
This is
idea.
the
But you know, in this
uncomfortable
time,
thread
right,
that
it
runs
is-
through
it
so
is-
many
it's a
cases of
nightmare
this
to be a
kind,
woman
and it runs
in
through
this
Jodie's
time.
too.
Just,
The danger was not entirely invisible. There were
Right.
signs. A previous assault,
It's time
a
to be
live
a
criminal
woman.
case,
Oh, please,
explicit
good
threats
Lord.
to kill. Each of these on its own is serious. Together they describe a man who posed a real and identifiable risk to Jodie specifically.
All against her.
What no one on the
And she's got
outside could
enmity
see was
against
just
her
how
as well.
far
And
Horde
that
had
pain
already
of
gone
baby as well.
in turning that threat into a
And then he
concrete
used to
plan
treat his mother
while he was on bail,
And
while
she's
the
got to
threats
serve
hung
him
in
as
the
well.
air.
Whoa.
He was not simply
You know what,
seething,
that's
he was preparing
what he
methodically,
does. He says,
patiently,
yeah,
and with a
money,
coldness that
I'll
would
do
only
jobs
become fully apparent later. Over roughly 2 weeks, he built the plan that would end Jodie's life. The most chilling dimension of this case is not that Neville Hoard acted on impulse. It is that he did not. What the investigation later uncovered was a plan assembled with patience and deliberation over roughly 2 weeks, a period in which Hoard, rather than cooling down, quietly and methodically prepared to take Jodie's life. Central to that preparation was the assembly of an arsenal. Over those 2 weeks, Hoard equipped himself with a startling array of weapons. He bought 2 knives, he acquired an axe, he obtained a crossbow, and, not content even with that, he made inquiries about acquiring a gun. Consider what that list represents. This was not a man who happened to have something to hand in a moment of rage. This was someone deliberately gathering the means to cause harm, weapon by weapon, over a sustained period. Each purchase was a separate decision, a fresh step towards a fixed intention. But Horde's planning went beyond simply arming himself. He set about learning Jodie's movements so that he could be certain of finding her. To do this, he fitted a tracking device to her car. Take a moment to absorb the significance of that. It means Horde was monitoring Jodie's movements covertly, building a picture of where she went and when,
And she's a goddess,
turning
she's a
her own
moon
vehicle
goddess
into a
witch, and
means
that's
of
what we
hunting
celebrate.
her.
So when
It
you're
is a
having
detail
that
that
cake,
speaks to a
you're bringing
cold,
that moon goddess
surveillance-minded
into you when you're
determination,
celebrating
the
that
same
cake. They
instinct
don't
for
let you
control
celebrate
that had
anything
marked
on
his
your own.
relationship
You're going to
with
be
her mother,
controlled by their
now turned
spirits.
into a tool
So when
for
they're giving you
tracking
all
her
these
daughter.
festivals to do, their feasts, they're all pagan feasts. We got 70 feasts every year. 70. I don't even know one of them because you replaced them with your booger wagger. And not one of your booger waggers are in the Bible. Christmas is not in the Bible. Easter's not in the Bible. None of your booger waggers in there. Right? Because these are pagan dances.
Alongside the
Otherwise
tracker,
they'd be in the book.
Horde researched his
That's right.
target directly. He looked up the opening hours of the Aldi supermarket in Skipton where Jodie
No wonder you want
worked.
to not make us
This
a
was
nation. Then
not
you could
idle
take this life,
curiosity.
couldn't you?
It was the
Without
final
cross
piece of
spread.
logistical planning,
Do you know what I mean?
establishing exactly when and
Holy,
where Jodie would
sacred,
be,
Kodesh,
so that he could choose his
Hebrew,
moment
into that
by
nonsense stuff. How
combining the
dare
tracker on
you?
her car with the store's opening times. Horde was assembling a precise plan
How
for when he could
dare
be sure
you?
to find her.
That's worse
Put
than
all
you
of this
can walk, what
together,
you're doing.
and the portrait that emerges is not of a man overwhelmed by emotion,
And you don't even
but
like
of
the
one
religion.
operating with
You don't even
calculated,
like it, Daddy. You just want to stop
methodical
people from doing it,
intent.
that's all.
Over 2 weeks, he armed himself many times over.
It's just a
covertly
nightmare of you
monitored his
being on your
victim's
own and the
movements.
reality
He
hitting
researched
that you're going
exactly
to
where she
die.
would be.
Esau.
Every
Modern
element
Esau. The
pointed in the
reality
same
of it.
direction.
You
And
just can't
every
fathom it,
element
can you? You've
required
had it so
forethought.
good your own
This
way,
is why the word
sneaking it,
premeditated
tunneling,
matters so
putting us
much
in
in Jodie's
ghettos,
case.
and
There were
putting us in
countless
projects
points
in
across
America.
those 2 weeks at which Horde could
We're
have
here now.
stopped.
And
Could
those
have
who didn't
stepped
sell
back,
out
could have chosen differently.
will get
He did
rewarded.
not.
Don't care about the others in there.
Instead,
Don't
he
care about you.
continued to build his plan.
It's his children if they
Right
didn't
up
sell
until
out.
the
Nothing to do
afternoon,
with
he
you.
decided to
That's
carry
all.
it
I
out
know that sounds
4
horrible,
days
but
before
that's the
Christmas. Out of respect for Jodie,
Nothing to do with
for
your
her
children
family,
at all, because
and
you're
for the
all
many
you're
people
seen
who
as
witnessed what
Gentiles.
happened.
The whole
events
world,
inside
including
the supermarket
Africa,
will
are
be told
Gentiles.
plainly and
The
without
only one who's not a Gentile
Gentlemen,
is
you've all
the
been deceived.
Israelites. This is why he
Stop using
created us.
toxic Teflon coated pans.
Because Africa, don't forget, is where we learn to burn children from. We didn't learn that from white people, because white people weren't even around then.
Workshop in Tsubame Sanjo,
You
Japan.
have to know what time
Once
it is
used
now.
exclusively by master chefs at Japanese state banquets, it's now finally available to the public. Even if you're cooking for the first time, you can create delicious dishes. Expert craftsmen from Tsubame Sanjo handcraft each pan to achieve a physical non-stick effect, guaranteeing 100% non-stick performance. This technique has been recognized as a UNESCO World Intangible Cultural Heritage. All products are pre-seasoned before shipping, so you can use them immediately after rinsing with water. You can grill sori and fry eggs without oil. Additionally, it supplements iron, helping improve anemia and neural health. The surface won't get scratched, even with steel wool or metal spatulas. This frying pan is durable, lasting 100 years without breaking or rusting.
Stupid. You're absolutely and you know you are.
Preserving
To
the
actually
nutrition
think
and flavor of ingredients.
that you could even
Weighing
stand
less than 1
next to
kilogram,
Yahuwah.
it's easy for women to handle with one
Right?
hand.
And your children that you've
Suitable
got,
for
what, you've got
various
them
cooking
to
methods,
represent
such
who?
as
Who do they
stir-frying and
represent?
stewing.
God,
It's compatible
Allah,
with both gas
Jesus,
stoves and IH
Satan?
induction
Which
cookers,
one do they, who do they
allowing for
represent? Who?
frying, grilling, boiling,
Look at the way they work, undercover. Look at the way they work, hurting people, getting people to do their work. Look at the way they work. You damn
The
tramp.
workshop offers a 14-day free trial with a full refund if it
And
rusts
fathers
or burns.
pushing you out the front, and
Today,
making you commit
to
suicide,
commemorate the
and making you not
workshop's
born no more
100th
children. Well,
anniversary,
Satan's doing that
the
really.
President has granted special permission for
You
a
have no idea what's
2-hour
going on, do
online
you?
exclusive
No
sale
idea.
at 80% off the
and
No
without
idea.
detail. The court itself took the view that the footage of the attack was too shocking ever to be released publicly. And there is no need to describe what it showed. What matters is the sequence of that afternoon, and the calm deliberation that ran through it. The 21st of December 2017 was a Saturday, 4 days before Christmas, and the oldie story skipped was busy with festive shopping. Jodie was at work, going about an ordinary shift. Ford's approach to that afternoon carried the same coldness as his plan. He did not rush to the store in a frenzy, according to the account given in court. He first parked at a McDonald's near the supermarket and had something to eat. Pause on that image.
This is how
a man
far
who
we've
spent
gone,
2
yeah?
weeks arming himself and preparing to take a life.
This is how far
sitting
we've gone.
down
You've
for a
given
meal
up humanity
beforehand,
for a bit of material to not
entirely
speak back to you.
composed. Only
Thanks,
after that did
guys.
he make
Thanks.
his way on foot
You're
into the
going
busy
to die and
store.
regret it.
He came
You
prepared,
know what I'm on
and
about.
he came with more than one weapon. He carried a knife into the supermarket, and he later admitted that he had taken an axe in with him as well, describing it, chillingly, as backup, just in case. This was a man leaving nothing to chance, and in his vehicle. Left in the Aldi car park, he had still more. The crossbow, along with 50 bolts, a large amount of diesel and cable ties. In presence of those items, the diesel illustrates the sheer scale of the arsenal speaks to intentions that went well beyond a simple act, and underscores just how far his planning had extended. Inside the store, Horde found Jodie and attacked her. He would later tell officers with a disturbing lack of remorse that he had gone there to take her life,
Sacrifice her.
and even
Where'd you
offered
get
the
that heart from?
grotesque justification that he thought she had smiled at him as their eyes
Why
met
are you
across
talking
the
about it? Why are you doing it in
supermarket.
secret? Father,
In those
you
few
need to start
moments,
listening
in a
up to
place that
these
should
rules
have been among the
when they're doing that
safest and
stuff
most
and pushing down
mundane
the walls.
imaginable, Jodie
You need
was
to start doing
frontally
the melt
attacked.
attack.
Despite everything that was done, she could not be saved. That this happened in a crowded shop, in front of families and children, just days before Christmas, is part of what made it so shocking to the community and to the country. But the same crowded setting also meant that Jodie was not surrounded only by horror
So
in
you've
her
got to be a
final
woman beater.
moments.
You've
She
got
was
to. You're a
surrounded
pillager.
too
You
by
murdered
people who
people. Put
refused to
yourself
stand
there.
by,
And not
when their
once, never
actions
twice
formed
have
the
you said
next.
sorry. Or
And
even
in some
thought about
ways,
what
the
you've
most
done.
human
You got
part
like
of
you
this
didn't do it,
story,
like you were just
in the
born
middle
to
of
go
something
there.
almost
Like father
unthinkable,
put you
on
there.
a busy
Why aren't
Saturday
you
before
questioning
Christmas,
America? Why aren't you
ordinary
questioning
people
Australia?
did something
Why?
extraordinary.
Because it wasn't your
As the attack
indigenous
unfolded in
children.
front of them, the
Like got
shoppers and
wiped out,
staff
no?
inside
But if
that
that happened to you,
supermarket
so
did
what
not
would you do?
freeze, and they did not flee.
Every year you'd be
They ran
celebrating,
towards the
wouldn't you?
danger,
They did
and they
this
tried to stop
stuff,
it. These were people
So
who had
this
come
is
in
why
with
father just makes you, right, kill yourself in a high rate. Kill yourself. And then make sure you can't give birth no more. Because your birth rate is no longer there. So you can't see what out there. And then when the Santa comes out, it also kills you. And you still can't work it out.
the most everyday of reasons.
Because you serve no purpose, guys. So when you've got no one's coming to miss you, remember that.
A basket of groceries.
Some people will be very happy.
They had no
3
training
quarters of
for
the
what
world
they
will
were
be.
suddenly confronted with. No warning, no time to think. And yet, faced with a man wielding a weapon, members of the public moved in to intervene, grappling with Horde in an effort to stop him and to protect Jodie. Even as the struggle continued, they did not give up. It was, ultimately, members of the public who brought Horde down and restrained him, holding him until he could be dealt with. It is difficult to overstate the courage that took. To place yourself physically between an armed attacker and his victim, with no protection and no obligation to do so, is an act of raw bravery. These were not police officers or security staff. They were shoppers and supermarket workers, ordinary people who, in the worst moment imaginable, chose to act rather than to look away. Their intervention meant that Horde was stopped and could not leave that store a free man. The police would later pay specific tribute to those who stepped in to the Skipton shoppers, who grappled.
Are you still buying heavy and expensive lawnmowers in the AI era? In just 3 minutes, you can quickly clear 100 square meters of weeds. In a single morning, you can finish a whole week's worth of gardening. One person can do the work of 5, and you no longer have to wait 6 months for expensive professional labor. Since I bought this portable cordless mower recommended by the German Gardening Engineering Lab, weeding has become the easiest part of my day. It includes free shipping, costs only $70, and comes with 10 years of free after-sales service. This 2026 model meets international industrial power standards, featuring an 1,800 watt high-performance pure copper motor with speeds up to 6,000 RPM. Renowned mechanical engineering experts in New York note that this high speed, combined with constant torque technology, means whether you're trimming the lawn, pruning branches, or harvesting crops, you never have to go over the same spot twice. You can finish an entire soccer field in just half an hour. Thanks to its lightweight design, the entire unit weighs only a few kilograms. It's specially recommended by the Ergonomic Health Association. Easy to operate with one hand, making it effortless for seniors or women. The adjustable telescopic pole extends from 90 centimeters to 120 centimeters, so there's no need to bend over. You can finish your yard work as if you're taking a stroll. The ultra-quiet design stays below 60 decibels, so you won't disturb neighbors even in the morning. The ergonomic handle ensures a comfortable grip without fatigue, while the built-in 5,000 megawatt
grappled with Horde and helped bring him under control. Their bravery did not tragically save Jodie's life. The harm done to her was too great, but it prevented Horde from doing anything further, and it ensured he was held at the scene. In a case defined by one man's cold and calculated cruelty, the response of these strangers stands as its exact opposite: instinctive, selfless, and humane. There is something important in holding those two things side by side. On one side was Horderman, who had spent 2 weeks methodically preparing to do harm, who had harmed himself many times over, who had tracked and researched his victim. On the other were people who, given no time at all, responded to that planned cruelty with immediate, unthinking courage. The worst of human intention met in that moment some of the very best of human character. Horde was detained, and the weapons he had brought and stockpiled were recovered. The immediate horror was over. What followed was the long process of holding him to account and, in time, a legal decision that would test the family's sense of justice all over again. Faced with overwhelming evidence, the planning, the arsenal, the tracker, and the many witnesses to what he had done, Neville Horde admitted his responsibility for Jodie's death. His case came before Bradford Crown Court, where, in March 2018, he was sentenced. A further charge relating to the earlier assault on Jodie's mother, Nicole Dinsdale, was left to lie on file. The judge, Jonathan Durham Hall QC, did not temper his assessment of what Horde had done. He described the killing as calculated to cause the maximum pain, horror, shock and trauma, a recognition that Horde had not only taken Jodie's life, but had chosen to do so in the most public and terrifying way imaginable. In a crowded shop full of families days before Christmas, the judge's language towards Horde was unusually blunt. He told him he was a monster, and that he was truly and horribly rotten to the core. He also indicated that Horde may never be released from prison. Horde was sentenced to, and he came with more than one weapon. He carried a knife into the supermarket, and he later admitted that he had taken an axe in with him as well, describing it chillingly as backup, just in case. This was a man. Only after that did he make his way on foot into the busy store. He came prepared, and he came with more than one weapon. He carried a knife into the supermarket. And he later admitted that he had taken an axe in with him as well, describing it chillingly as backup, just in case. This was a man leaving nothing to chance, and in his vehicle, left in the Aldi car park, he had still more.
This is someone he knows.
Along with 50 bolts, a large amount of diesel and cable ties. The presence of those items, the diesel, the restraints, the sheer scale of the arsenal speaks to intentions that went well beyond a single act, and underscores just how far his planning had extended. Inside the store, Horde found Jodie and attacked her.
You went to a
He
workplace.
would later tell officers with a disturbing lack of remorse that he had gone there to take her life, and even offered the grotesque justification that he thought she had smiled at him as their eyes met across the supermarket. In those few moments, in a place that should have been among the safest and most mundane imaginable, Jodie was fatally attacked. Despite everything that was done, she could not be saved. That this happened in a crowded shop, in front of families and children, just days before Christmas, is part of what made it so shocking to the community and to the country. But the same crowded setting also meant that Jodie was not surrounded only by horror in her final moments. She was surrounded too by people who refused to stand by, and their actions form the next. And in some ways, the most human part of this story, in the middle of something almost unthinkable, on a busy Saturday before Christmas, ordinary people did something extraordinary.
What did he do?
As the attack unfolded in front of them, the shoppers and staff inside that supermarket did not freeze.
Good.
And they did not flee.
Good.
They ran towards the danger.
Yeah.
And they tried to stop it.
Yeah.
These were people who had come in for the most everyday of reasons.
That's right.
Last minute Christmas
Yeah,
shopping,
everyday people.
a quick errand,
Militant.
a basket of groceries. They had no training for what they were suddenly confronted with. No warning, no time to think. And yet, faced with a man wielding a weapon, members of the public moved in to intervene, grappling with Horde in an effort to stop him and to protect Jody. Even as
See
the
that?
struggle continued,
Look
they
at the
did not
family
give up.
with them.
It was
Because
ultimately
it broke down
members of
for
the
whatever
public who
reason.
brought Horde
This is
down
what he
and
does.
restrained him, holding him
This is
until
what he
he could be
does.
dealt with. It is difficult to overstate the courage that took. To place yourself physically between an armed attacker and his victim, with no protection and no obligation to do so, is an act of raw bravery.
Damn right.
These were not police officers or security staff.
What you do.
They were shoppers and supermarket
It's what you do.
workers, ordinary people who, in the worst moment imaginable, chose to act rather
what you
than to
do.
look
I
away.
just watched it.
Their intervention meant that Horde was stopped and could not leave that store a free man. The police would later pay specific tribute to those who stepped in to the Skipton shoppers, who grappled
Why
with
did he
Horde
do it?
and helped bring him under
Why-
control.
why did he do it?
Their
Why?
bravery did not tragically save Jodie's life. The harm done to her was too great, but it prevented Horde from doing
didn't want
anything
it- he didn't want
further,
it to live.
and it ensured he was held at the scene. In a case defined by one man's cold and calculated cruelty, the response of these strangers stands as its exact opposite: instinctive, selfless, and humane. There is something important in holding those two things side by side. On one side was Horde man,
Because you're gonna leave
who had
it.
spent 2 weeks
They went to
methodically
workplace
preparing to do
and killed
harm,
her.
who had armed himself many times over, who had tracked
didn't
and
want to be with
researched
you
his
no more.
victim.
Look at the threat they
On
got
the
going
other
through
were
when they want to
people
leave you.
who, given no time at
You go
all,
to their workplace
responded to
and
that
embarrass them
planned
in front of
cruelty
people,
with
kill her.
immediate, unthinking courage. The worst of human intention met in that moment some of the very best of human
Unstable.
character.
That is
Horde
unstable,
was
man.
detained, and the weapons he had brought and stockpiled were recovered. The immediate horror was over. What followed was the long process of holding him to account and, in time, a legal decision that would test the family's sense of justice all over again. Faced with overwhelming evidence, the
What, is it-
planning,
is it going
the
to kill him?
arsenal, the tracker,
Is it going to kill him?
and the many witnesses to what he had done,
Trapped
Evil
her in the
Horde
car.
admitted
Oh,
his
God.
responsibility for Jodie's death. His case came before Bradford Crown Court, where, in March 2018, he was sentenced. A further charge relating to the earlier assault on Jodie's mother, Nicole Dinsdale, was left to lie on file. The judge, Jonathan Durham Hall QC, did not temper his assessment of what Horde had done. He described the killing as calculated to cause the maximum pain, horror, shock and trauma, a recognition that Horde had not only taken Jodie's life, but had chosen to do so in the most public and terrifying way imaginable. In a crowded shop full of families days before Christmas, the judge's language towards Horde was unusually blunt. He told him he was a monster and that he was truly and horribly rotten to the core. He also indicated
Put the painkillers down. One 15-minute ritual, no cords, no creams, just your feet feeling like they did at 20. Throw away your heating pads and your bulky corded foot massagers. One cordless wrap can meet all your needs. The foot therapy wrap from EM Sense, engineered with podiatrists, requires no setup and goes to work on your feet in real time. Whether your feet have carried you through decades of standing, they ache the moment you sit down after gardening or chasing the grandkids, or you just want to wind down before bed, EM Sense goes to work the second you put it on. You feel the warmth spread within seconds. Thanks to advanced red light and massage technology, you'll feel deep, soothing relief without any soreness or strain. It feels like getting the feet of a 20-year-old back. It was built on the same kind of therapy professionals use in the clinic, now made for your own home. The wrap is made of soft, lightweight, skin-friendly material, light enough to forget you're wearing it, and built to last season after
Stupid
season.
idiot.
And the Velcro fit
And life
is
is
more
so
than just
difficult
hold
as it
on.
is.
Cinch
So
and
we don't
snug,
need
and
to use
it
something to make it worse.
gently press
What we
the
need to do
warmth
is all
and
come
the
together
massage
and find
right
out what
into your
clothes
skin,
you're
so
on
nothing
to make
drips off
life
the surface.
easier for us.
Everything reaches
And that is
exactly where
by
it's meant to.
being a brown tongue to your parents. And then they won't give us disease and infection.
Snag or wear out.
But it's that easy,
Fully
guys.
cordless
It's
and
that
rechargeable, and you
easy.
set the warmth and the massage to
We
your
need
own
to
comfort.
simplify it.
Turn them down
That's what
for
you need
a
to do,
gentle
man.
warmth.
Stop putting yourself
indicated that
first.
Horde may never be
That's what the
released from
system's
prison.
done. Make you
Horde
put
was
yourself
sentenced to
above
life
that.
imprisonment with a minimum term
Right?
of 30
We
years. As always, it is
are
worth
the
being
wild
clear about
branch
what a
and
minimum
father's the
term
natural
means.
branch.
Not a
So
guarantee
we don't go in
of
front of
release
him, do
at
we?
its
No, we
end,
don't.
but the
We
least
go
time
behind
that must
him,
be
or we ask
served
him if we
before
go
release
next to him. We
can
don't go
even
in
be
front of him. I
considered.
mean, where's your manners?
30 years reflected the gravity of what the court had heard, the sustained
It's that West, innit?
premeditation,
It must be like
the arsenal,
untouchable, that
the tracking
damn
of
West.
Jody,
And
and the sheer
sons, and them-
cruelty of the sin.
When you want to leave him, what's he do? He comes to your workplace and butchers you. And that's what he just did, didn't he? Because he couldn't take rejection. And you wonder why father says, don't you dare give any of my daughters to these sons. Don't you dare.
For Jody's family, that sentence was some measure of justice, but it did not prove to be the final word. And what came next reopened the wound. Ward challenged his sentence, and his lawyers took the case to the Court of Appeal in London,
Right, guys.
arguing that
See you
the
later.
original
Take care.
minimum
Love you.
term
Bye.
had been too long. In October 2018, the appeal judges agreed to reduce it.